Hey, I hope your day was decent, or at least not too rough. Wherever you're listening from, maybe your bedroom, maybe your car, maybe somewhere you're not even sure how to describe, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Nighttime Stories. This is where we talk about the strange stuff, the things people don't always say out loud, the kind of stories that stick with you when everything else goes quiet. If that sounds like your kind of thing, feel free to subscribe. No pressure, just a place for people who like the darker side of things. Now relax, and let's get into tonight's first story. I moved into this flat share in central Manchester about a month ago. The place was old, with creaky floors and drafts that snuck in through cracks around the windows. Nothing unusual for a building this age, but it had character and was in a decent part of the city, so I took it. The flat is shared with a couple of other people who mostly keep to themselves, which suited me fine. I'm not really a social butterfly, especially after long days at work. At first, everything seemed normal enough. I unpacked my stuff, set up my little corner of the room, and settled in with my cat, Momo. He's an old tabby with a bit of an attitude, but he's been my companion for years. The first few nights were quiet, just the usual city noises filtering through the window and the hum of the radiator. Then, about a week in, I noticed Momo started acting strangely at night. He would suddenly freeze, his ears twitching, and he'd hiss at the wardrobe in my room. At first, I thought it was just him being jumpy or maybe reacting to some noise I couldn't hear. Cats are weird like that sometimes, but it happened every night, like clockwork. Momo would glare at the wardrobe, fur bristling, and hiss until I turned on the light or distracted him. One night, curious and a little annoyed, I decided to open the wardrobe door to see what might be upsetting him. The moment I pulled it open, a gust of freezing air blasted out, so cold it made my skin crawl. The door slammed shut behind me with a bang that echoed through the flat. I stood there, heart racing, half expecting to see something lurking in the dark space inside the wardrobe, but it was empty, just my clothes and a few boxes I hadn't unpacked yet. Momo jumped back, staring at the open wardrobe with wide eyes, his tail puffed up like a bottle brush. He didn't want to go near it, and neither did I. I slammed the door shut quickly, the cold air swirling around my ankles. The radiator didn't seem to be enough to warm the room anymore, and a chill settled deep in the corners of the flat. After that night, Momo's behavior only got worse. He would paw at the wardrobe door, scratch at it, and hiss louder if I tried to get him away. Sometimes I'd hear soft noises coming from behind the door, like whispers or faint breathing, but every time I opened it, there was nothing there. Just darkness and cold. The weirdest part started a few nights later. I was lying in bed when I suddenly heard the sound of slow, deliberate breathing coming from the wardrobe. It was deep and steady, like someone was just on the other side of the door, watching and waiting. My heart nearly stopped. I froze, listening to the inhales and exhales, trying to convince myself it was the flat settling or a draft sneaking in from somewhere else. But the breathing continued, rhythmic and unnerving. I wanted to open the door again, to confront whatever was there, but my hands shook too much to move. Momo was pressed against my leg, also stiff with fear. After what felt like an eternity, the breathing stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so thick I could hear my own heartbeat. I sat up, trying to shake off the dread that was creeping in. The wardrobe door was closed tight, no sign of movement or disturbance. Still, I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was in there, or had been, and that it was watching me. I started checking the flat for any obvious sources of drafts or gaps where cold air could be coming from. The windows were sealed, the door frames tight, and the radiator was working fine. There was no way the cold gust could have come from outside so suddenly, and the slow breathing definitely wasn't natural. I even asked my flatmates if they noticed anything strange, but they just laughed it off or said I was imagining things. Some nights when I turn the lights off and lay in bed, I swear I hear the breathing again, slow, steady, and deliberate. It makes me feel like I'm not alone, like the dark space behind the wardrobe is hiding something or someone that doesn't want me to look. I don't know if it's just a draft, some flatmate playing a prank, or something else entirely. But every night, as the cold air seeps out when I open that wardrobe door, I feel a chill that has nothing to do with the weather. And every night, Momo hisses at the shadows, warning me to stay away. After that first night with the cold gust and the slow breathing coming from the wardrobe, I couldn't just ignore what was happening anymore. Momo's behavior made it impossible to pretend nothing was wrong. I found myself sitting on my bed for long stretches, staring at that closed door, half expecting it to move on its own. Every little noise in the flat felt amplified, the creaks and groans of the old building no longer just the background soundtrack of city living, but something more ominous. Something that made me want to double-check every lock and window. I tried to explain it all away, old house settling, a trick of the wind through the walls, maybe even my own imagination running wild after a long day at work. But it was hard to reason with the cold that rushed out when I opened the wardrobe, the way the air hit my face like a winter's blast even in the middle of summer. And that breathing, deep, slow, and deliberate, it was too steady to be anything like a draft. It was like someone was there, just behind the door, watching me. One night, after hearing the breathing again, I decided to do something I normally wouldn't. I grabbed my phone and recorded the sound. I sat on the bed, phone close to the wardrobe, and waited. The breathing started softly, just as I remembered, steady and unnerving. I recorded for a few minutes before the sound stopped. I played it back, the slow inhales and exhales coming through clearly. It was enough to make my skin crawl. I showed the recording to my flatmates the next day, hoping for some kind of explanation, or at least a shared sense of concern. They listened with raised eyebrows, and one of them joked about ghosts or paranormal activity, but they mostly brushed it off as some weird coincidence. I didn't blame them. It all sounded crazy even to me. But they agreed to keep an eye or ear out for anything strange during their own nights at the flat. Still, nothing changed. Momo continued his nightly vigil at the wardrobe, hissing and pacing. I tried distracting him with toys, treats, and even moving his bed to different parts of the room, but nothing helped. His unease was clear, and that only made me more anxious. It felt like he knew something I didn't, something that lurked just beyond the wooden door. I started researching the building, trying to find out if anyone had reported anything unusual in the past. The flat was part of a converted old townhouse, built in the late 19th century. I found mentions of former tenants, some of whom had lived there decades ago, but nothing explicitly about paranormal events or strange occurrences. Still, there were hints of people complaining about cold spots and odd noises in the building, but nothing concrete. One evening, I was sitting in the living room when I heard a faint scratching coming from the wardrobe. At first I thought it was Momo batting at something, but the sound was too low and rhythmic, almost like tapping. I stood up and cautiously approached the door, my heart hammering. The room grew colder with every step. When I opened the door just a crack, a blast of icy air rushed out, and the door slammed shut behind me. I jumped back, startled, and stared at the closed door. The scratching sound had stopped. Momo was behind me, furiously trying to get under the bed, tail fluffed up like a brush. I didn't blame him. I wanted to run too. After that night, I couldn't sleep in my room alone. I started staying up later, sometimes sitting in the living room with the door locked, waiting for dawn. I even took to sleeping with the door slightly ajar, but with a chair wedged in front of it to keep it closed. Every little sound felt magnified: the creak of a floorboard, the rustle of fabric, the faint hum of the radiator. I was hyper-aware of the wardrobe, half expecting it to spring open or to hear that breathing again. I decided to bring in someone who might help, an old friend who knew a bit about the paranormal. She was skeptical at first, but agreed to spend a night with me at the flat. We set up recording devices around the room, placed candles near the wardrobe, and tried to create a calm, protective atmosphere. She joked about not expecting any ghostly guests, but was serious about documenting anything unusual. That night, as we sat quietly, I heard it again, the slow, deliberate breathing coming from the wardrobe. My friend's face went pale, and she whispered that it was definitely not a normal sound. We waited, barely breathing ourselves, until the breathing faded. Then, something shifted in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, and the candle flames flickered wildly as if caught in an unseen breeze. I felt a presence then, something watching us. I wanted to look away, to deny what my senses were telling me, but I couldn't. I forced myself to keep my eyes on the wardrobe door, heart racing. It felt like the air around it was thickening, heavy with something unspoken. The next morning, my friend helped me search for any hidden gaps or drafts that might explain the cold air and noises. We found none. The wardrobe was old but solid, with no cracks or holes big enough to let in significant airflow. It was sealed tight. Whatever was causing this was not natural. That experience shook me, but it also sparked a strange kind of curiosity. I wanted to understand what was in the wardrobe, if it was a spirit, a person, or something else entirely. I knew I couldn't keep ignoring the signs, the cold breath, the sounds, and Momo's warnings. From that night on, I made a habit of talking to whatever was behind the door. I spoke softly, telling it I meant no harm, asking what it wanted. Sometimes I imagined hearing a soft sigh in response, or feeling a shift in the room's energy. I wasn't sure if it was real or my mind filling in the gaps, but it gave me a sliver of peace. The wardrobe remained closed, but it was no longer just a piece of furniture. It was a doorway to something unknown, something that had found its way into my life and refused to let go. And I, for better or worse, was paying attention. Night after night, the breathing continued. It was a slow, deliberate rhythm, unmistakable and chilling in the stillness of my flat. I would lie awake, trying to convince myself that it was nothing more than the creaks of an old building or the wind playing tricks through the cracks. But the sound was too steady, too consistent to be anything ordinary. It came like a quiet warning from beyond the wardrobe door, reminding me that the space was not empty. I started paying closer attention to the subtle changes in the room. The air near the wardrobe felt colder, denser. My breath would fog in the small space between me and the door, even when the rest of the flat was warm. Momo, my cat, was constantly on edge. He refused to sleep anywhere near the wardrobe and would hiss or growl softly if I got too close. His instincts were sharp, and I trusted his reactions more than I trusted my own. It was as if he sensed something I could not see. One night, I noticed something new. The wardrobe door, usually shut tight, was slightly ajar when I returned to my room after a break. I was certain I had closed it before leaving. The cold air that rushed out made my skin prickle. I didn't want to open it, but the urge to understand what was happening was stronger. Slowly, I pulled the door open, half expecting a blast of icy wind or some dark shape lurking inside. But the space was empty, just my clothes and boxes stacked awkwardly in the shadows. Still, the sense of presence was overwhelming. The breathing resumed almost immediately after I shut the door, filling the room with its steady cadence. I felt trapped between fear and fascination. I wanted to know what was inside the wardrobe, but I was also terrified of what I might find. I decided to do some research about the building and its past. The flat was part of an old townhouse, converted into multiple flats decades ago. I searched through public records and found a list of former tenants. There was a name that caught my eye, an elderly man who had lived in the flat for several years before moving out abruptly in the early 1990s. The records mentioned no reason for his sudden departure, but neighbors recalled hearing strange noises from his flat and seeing unexplained lights flickering through the windows late at night. I tried to find more information about this man, but details were scarce. It was as if he had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and rumors. Some neighbors believed he had been involved in occult practices or had a troubled mind. Others thought he might have been hiding something dark within the flat's walls. Whatever the truth, his story added a new layer of mystery to the breathing behind the wardrobe. That night, I brought a small recorder into my room and placed it near the wardrobe door. I wanted to capture the breathing, to have some proof of what was happening. The sound was faint, but unmistakable on the playback. Deep, slow, and rhythmic, like the steady inhalations of someone holding their breath, or perhaps trying to stay hidden. It wasn't human enough to be comfortable, but it wasn't mechanical or random either. I shared the recording with a friend who was interested in paranormal phenomena. She suggested it might be a spirit trapped in the flat, possibly the previous tenant or someone connected to him. She explained that such presences often cling to physical spaces, especially when there are unresolved emotions or unfinished business. The wardrobe, being a closed, confined space, might be the perfect place for such an entity to linger. Her words made sense but didn't ease my growing anxiety. The idea of a trapped spirit hiding behind the wardrobe was terrifying, yet I felt compelled to learn more. I started leaving small offerings near the wardrobe door, a candle, a piece of cloth, even a small note asking for peace. Sometimes the items would be moved or slightly disturbed the next day. Other times they remained untouched. It felt like a silent dialogue, a fragile bridge between my world and whatever was inside. I also experimented with different ways to communicate. I would knock gently on the wardrobe door, mimicking the slow rhythm of the breathing. Sometimes I whispered, asking if the presence was real, if it wanted me to help. Most of the time, there was no response other than the quiet hum of the flat. But once, after a series of knocks, I heard a faint reply, a soft tap, almost like a hesitant acknowledgement. My heart leapt, and I realized this was no longer just a story of fear, but one of connection. Despite the growing tension, life in the flat continued. My flatmates remained oblivious or uninterested in the strange occurrences. They chalked up my experiences to stress or overactive imagination. I couldn't blame them, it sounded unbelievable even to me. I found solace only in Momo, who stayed close by, watching the wardrobe with wary eyes. I knew I couldn't live like this forever, trapped by a presence I barely understood. I researched ways to cleanse or appease spirits, looking for methods that felt respectful and safe. I read about rituals involving sage, salt, and gentle prayers, but I also worried about provoking something that might be better left alone. One evening, I sat on the edge of my bed, the room bathed in soft candlelight. The wardrobe door was closed, but I could hear the familiar breathing inside. I spoke softly, telling the presence that I wanted to help, that it didn't need to hide anymore. I promised to listen, to respect its story. The breathing slowed, then stopped, leaving a heavy silence. I held my breath, waiting. After a few moments, a chill brushed against my skin, and I felt a sudden warmth flood the room, like a sigh of relief. It was as if the presence had accepted my offer, willing to reveal itself in time. From then on, the breathing became less frequent. Momo stopped hissing and started curling up near the wardrobe. His calmness, a reassurance I desperately needed. I still kept the candle burning at night, a small beacon of light and peace in the dark. I don't know what was inside that wardrobe, whether it was a spirit, a memory, or something else entirely, but I do know it wanted to be seen and heard. And in the quiet moments when the breathing fades and the flat grows still, I feel a presence that is no longer hidden, a presence that has found a fragile peace. The nights after that moment of seeming peace were different, but not quite normal. The breathing from the wardrobe became less frequent, and Momo stopped his restless pacing near the door, choosing instead to settle nearby with his fur less bristled, his eyes less wild. It felt like a small victory, like a silent truce between whatever was inside the wardrobe and me. Yet the flat still held its own kind of quiet tension, a feeling that the house itself was still alive with secrets and memories, just waiting for the right moment to stir again. I found myself more aware of the little things, the way shadows fell differently across the walls, the soft creaks in the floorboards that seemed almost like footsteps, the sudden cold drafts that didn't come from any open window or vent. It was like the house was still breathing, still watching, reminding me that some stories don't simply end with peace, but continue quietly beneath the surface. I couldn't help but wonder what the entity was thinking, feeling, or even hoping for. One particularly cold night, I heard the breathing again. It was softer this time, almost hesitant, like the presence was testing the waters, seeing if it was safe to be heard. I sat up in bed and gently spoke to the wardrobe, telling it I was here and listening, that it didn't have to be afraid. The slow, steady breaths continued, and for a moment, I imagined a presence just beyond the thin door, waiting, watching, and maybe even hoping for a connection. Over the next few days, I made a habit of talking to the wardrobe at night, sharing small pieces of my day, thoughts, and worries. It became a strange sort of companionship, a quiet exchange between two lonely presences in an old flat that had seen more lives and stories than I could count. Sometimes the breathing would answer, steady and calm, and other times there would be nothing but silence. Still, I found comfort in the routine, in the shared moments of quiet and understanding. I also started researching more about the history of the building and the area. I wanted to know what memories the walls might be holding, what stories had unfolded within these rooms over the decades. The flat was part of a long-standing neighborhood in central Manchester, an area that had seen many changes but still held remnants of its industrial past. I found references to families who had lived and worked here, tales of hardship, joy, and loss, woven into the fabric of the city. One story caught my attention, a young woman who had lived in the flat during the early 1980s. She had been a writer, known for her melancholy poems and stories about the human condition. Neighbors remembered her as quiet and reclusive, someone who spent long hours in her room, writing by candlelight. There were rumors that she struggled with depression and isolation, and she had disappeared suddenly without explanation. The flat had been empty for a time before being rented out again. This story resonated with me. I wondered if the breathing behind the wardrobe was somehow connected to this woman, a lingering presence left behind by a life cut short or a soul seeking closure. The thought made the flat feel less like a haunted place and more like a home that held onto its residents, even after they were gone. One evening, after a long day at work, I came home feeling drained and anxious. The flat felt colder than usual, and the atmosphere was thick with an uneasy energy. I sat in the living room, trying to distract myself with music and television, but the silence of my own room called to me. Eventually, I made my way back to bed, and as I lay down, I heard the breathing start again. This time, it was accompanied by a faint whisper, almost like a sigh or a soft word spoken just beyond comprehension. I strained to listen but couldn't make out what was said. The sound was gentle and sad, filled with longing. I reached out, placing my hand gently on the wardrobe door, as if to offer comfort. The moment my palm touched the wood, a sudden warmth spread through my fingers and up my arm, like a small pulse of life connecting me to the other side. I gasped softly, pulling my hand back, but the sensation lingered, a reminder that I was not alone, that the presence wanted to be felt, to be acknowledged. From that night onward, the interactions grew more vivid. I would find small changes in the room, a book slightly out of place, a piece of clothing draped over a chair that I hadn't left there, or the faint scent of lavender wafting through the air. These subtle signs felt like messages, small acts of communication from a presence that had found a way to reach out. Momo, too, seemed calmer and more comfortable. He would sometimes sit near the wardrobe, watching quietly without the fear or aggression that had marked his earlier behavior. It was as if he, too, recognized the change and accepted the presence as part of our shared space. I started keeping a journal, documenting the nights, the sounds, and the small signs that appeared. Writing became a way to process the experience, to hold on to the fragile connection I had formed. I wrote letters to the presence, words of kindness and understanding. hoping that somehow they would reach beyond the door. The flat, once a place of mystery and fear, had become a space of quiet companionship. The wardrobe, once a source of dread, was now a doorway to connection, to stories untold, and to a presence that lingered not out of malice but out of need. And though the breath still comes softly on some nights, it no longer frightens me. Instead, it reminds me that some souls never truly leave, that memory and presence can live on in the most unexpected places, and that sometimes all it takes is a little kindness and attention to bridge the gap between worlds. The days that followed felt quieter, though not empty. The flat settled into its usual rhythm, but I remained deeply aware of the presence behind the wardrobe door. It was no longer a source of fear, but a part of the fabric of my life. The slow, deliberate breathing came less frequently, but when it did, it felt less like a warning and more like a reminder of something unfinished, something waiting. I kept up with my journal, writing down every experience, every sensation. The act of writing felt like a lifeline, a way to tether myself to the reality I knew while also honoring the mystery that unfolded around me. The flat, the breathing, the subtle signs all became a shared story between me and whatever lived behind that door. One day, while cleaning the room, I found a small folded piece of paper tucked behind a loose board in the wardrobe. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The paper was old and yellowed, the ink faded, but still legible. It was a note, written in neat, careful handwriting. The message was simple and haunting. I am here. I wait for peace. The note struck me deeply. It was a plea, a call for understanding. Suddenly, the presence behind the wardrobe felt less like a shadow and more like a person trapped between worlds, longing to be heard and released. I read the note over and over, feeling the weight of its sadness and hope. That night, I sat by the wardrobe door, the note clutched in my hand. I spoke softly, telling the presence that I had found the message and that I wanted to help. The breathing returned, slow and steady, and for the first time I felt it respond to my words. It was a fragile communication, but it was real. I knew I couldn't do this alone, so I reached out to a local medium who specialized in helping restless spirits find peace. She agreed to visit the flat, and together we prepared to face whatever lingered behind the door. We cleaned the room, lit candles, and set up a calm, respectful space. When the medium arrived, she immediately sensed the energy in the flat. She described it as heavy but hopeful, a presence caught between worlds and seeking release. We sat in the room holding hands, as she guided me through a series of rituals meant to open a path for communication and healing. The breathing started again, slower and softer this time, as if the presence was listening and responding. The medium spoke gently, asking the spirit to share its story. I felt a shift in the air, a warmth spreading through the room. Tears filled my eyes as I realized we were breaking through the silence. The medium explained that the spirit had been trapped for decades, bound by fear and pain. It longed to move on, but was held back by unresolved emotions tied to the flat and the life it had left behind. We worked together, offering words of compassion and release, inviting the spirit to find peace beyond the physical world. Over the next few hours, the atmosphere lightened, the air grew warmer, and the heavy tension lifted. The breathing slowed until it finally stopped altogether. For the first time in months, the flat felt still in a way that was comforting rather than unsettling. The wardrobe door remained closed, but it no longer held its cold, oppressive presence. Instead, it stood as a silent guardian of a story that had found its ending. Momo curled up by the door that night, peaceful and content. In the days that followed, I noticed subtle changes. The air felt warmer, the shadows less dense. I no longer heard the slow breathing, but I sensed a quiet presence watching over the flat in a protective way. The note I found remained on my bedside table, a reminder of the journey from fear to understanding. Living in the flat became easier. The weight of the unknown lifted, replaced by a sense of connection and respect for the lives that had touched this place before me. I carried the story with me, sharing it only with those who would listen with an open heart. The experience taught me about the thin veil between worlds, about the power of compassion and acknowledgement. It showed me that sometimes the unknown is simply a story waiting to be heard, and that peace can come when we choose to listen. And so the cold breath in the closet became not a source of terror, but a reminder of the enduring human spirit, its longing for peace, and the unexpected ways it reaches out across time and space. The nights after the ritual were profoundly different. The flat, once filled with an uneasy chill and the steady rhythm of breathing from the wardrobe, now felt lighter, more peaceful. The presence that had haunted the space seemed to have found its rest. The oppressive cold that had seeped from the wardrobe door was gone, replaced by a warmth that settled gently over the room. Even Momo, who had been so tense and wary, finally relaxed, curling up comfortably in his favorite spot without a hint of fear. I often sat by the wardrobe, reflecting on the journey that had brought me here, from the initial terror of the cold gust and mysterious breaths to the fragile connection forged through words, rituals, and compassion. It felt surreal to think about how much that closet, a simple piece of furniture, had come to mean. It was no longer a doorway to fear, but a symbol of understanding and healing. In the weeks that followed, I kept the note I had found tucked safely in a journal on my bedside table. The words, "I am here, I wait for peace," stayed with me as a poignant reminder of the spirit's longing. I realized that the story of that presence was not one of haunting, but of unfinished business, a soul caught between worlds, yearning to move forward. It was a story about loneliness, pain, and ultimately, release. My relationship with the flat deepened. I learned to listen more closely to the creaks and sighs of the old building, to the soft whispers of memories lingering in its corners. I found comfort in knowing that the flat carried with it the echoes of lives once lived, and that through respect and care, it was possible to honor those echoes rather than fear them. The other tenants noticed the change too. They commented on the newfound calm in the flat and the absence of the strange noises that had unsettled us all. The flat became a home again, a place where the past and present could coexist without conflict. I found a renewed sense of peace living here, feeling connected not just to the space, but to the unseen stories it held. Sometimes late at night, when the world outside is quiet and the city's distant hum fades, I stand by the wardrobe door and whisper a simple thank you. It feels like a small act of gratitude for the presence that taught me about patience, empathy, and the fragile line between this life and the next. There is a gentle stillness that responds, a quiet comfort that lets me know I am not alone in this. Looking back, I realize the experience changed me in subtle but profound ways. It opened my eyes to the unseen, the unspoken, and the powerful impact of acknowledgement. The cold breath in the closet was not just a phenomenon to be feared, but a call to listen to the forgotten, the lonely, and the lost. It was a reminder that sometimes the most unexpected encounters teach us the deepest lessons. Now, the flat feels truly like home. The wardrobe door is just a door, closed but unthreatening. The shadows that once seemed alive are now just shadows, soft and unassuming. And Momo, once so tense and protective, sleeps peacefully, a quiet companion in this space filled with stories and healing. The presence that lingered is no longer trapped but free, its story complete, its rest earned. And I carry that story forward with me, a testament to the power of compassion and the mysteries that sometimes live quietly just behind closed doors. This is where the story ends, not with fear or mystery, but with peace and understanding. The cold breath in the closet was a chapter in a much larger narrative about connection, healing, and the enduring human spirit. And as long as I live here, I will remember that sometimes the door we fear most leads us to the greatest truths. This is one of those stories I almost didn't tell. Even now, I feel weird writing it down. Not because I'm afraid of sounding crazy, though, yeah, there's some of that, but mostly because part of me still thinks maybe it was someone else. That I saw what I wanted to see, or didn't want to see, depending on how you look at it. But I know what I saw. I just don't know what it means. It started 2 Saturdays ago, just before 9 in the morning. I remember that because I had slept in for once and was walking down to the corner deli to get a coffee and maybe one of those awful but comforting egg sandwiches they keep in the foil wraps. It was gray out. The kind of overcast that makes everything feel like it's happening a little underwater. Still cool from the night, barely any wind. I had just rounded the corner near the intersection on 37th and noticed someone at the bus stop across the street. Older guy, grayish hair, big shoulders. Worn brown jacket with one side a little longer than the other, like it had been tugged down too many times. It took me a second, but something about the way he shifted his weight triggered this deep, bone-level recognition. The limp. It was subtle, more like a favoring of one side, but I'd seen that walk 1,000 times. My dad used to do that exact same shuffle. He injured his hip doing construction when I was a kid, and never really fixed it. Said it made him look distinguished. Said it gave him a little character. That was his phrase. So I stopped walking. This guy, the one at the bus stop, turned slightly, and I swear to you, I almost called out. Because it wasn't just the limp, it was his face. My dad's face. Not someone who looked like him, not someone in the same age range or body type. I mean the exact face. The same sun-weathered skin, the same way his jaw clenched when he was thinking. Even the thinning spot at the crown of his head, it was like seeing a ghost, except he wasn't glowing or floating or anything. He was just standing there, real, solid, breathing. I stood half hidden behind a parked van for maybe 30 seconds, trying to make sense of it. My heart was pounding, but I didn't move. I didn't even think to pull out my phone. I just stared. Then he turned his head, and our eyes met. And that's when the bottom dropped out of it. His left eye looked fine, brown, sharp, just like I remembered. But the right one, the one that always squinted more than the other when he smiled, it didn't move. It didn't focus. It looked like glass. Like it had been set in, not grown there. The skin around it didn't match either. Too smooth, almost like it had been pulled tight and fitted wrong. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He didn't speak. He just looked at me like I was the one who was out of place, like I should have known this moment was coming. Then the bus pulled up. He boarded without a word, no glance back. I stood there long enough for the second bus to come and go. I didn't even get the coffee. When I finally made it home, I sat on the edge of my bed for almost an hour, trying to figure out what to do. Should I tell someone? A friend? A doctor? Was it even real? Could someone have found a photo of my dad and made a mask? But why? He wasn't famous. He was just a guy, a construction worker from Queens who passed away from a heart issue 5 years ago. Closed casket. I was there. I spoke at the funeral. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that glassy eye. The way it didn't blink, the way his face didn't quite move right when he turned. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part came the next morning. When I opened my apartment door, there was a photograph on the floor. Just one. No envelope, no note. It was a printed photo, like the kind you get from a disposable camera or an old film roll. Matte finish, sharp colors. It was me. Sleeping. I was on my side, in my bed, the covers pulled up to my chest. The angle was from the doorway, like whoever took it was standing just inside my room. You could see the back of my nightstand, the corner of the closet. It was definitely my apartment. But that's not all. In the photo, there was a hand. Just one. In the bottom right corner, out of focus, but visible, reaching slightly toward the edge of the bed. And I swear to you, it was his hand. Same thick fingers, same worn skin, the exact way my dad's knuckles bent when he reached for something. I dropped the photo, backed away from it like it might bite. Then I locked the door, deadbolt and chain. I didn't leave my apartment the rest of the day. I kept the lights on, even though it was bright out. I went through every closet, every cabinet. I checked the windows. I checked under the bed. Nothing. Nothing that said anyone had been there. The place looked exactly like it always did. But I knew something had changed. Someone had been inside, and they wanted me to know they had been close enough to touch me. I didn't sleep much that night either. It was like every time I shut my eyes, I saw that photograph again. Not the whole thing, just fragments, the edges, the hand. My own face, half buried in the pillow, mouth slightly open, completely unaware. It made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't felt since I was a kid. Not scared of monsters or anything, just scared of not knowing who might be near you when you're not looking. I kept checking the locks, front door, windows, even the sliding latch on the bathroom. I don't think I've ever locked the bathroom in my own apartment before, but I did that night, just to be sure. The next morning, I took the photo and put it in a drawer, not to forget about it, but to contain it. Leaving it out made me feel like I was inviting it to happen again. I didn't throw it away, though. I wanted to badly, but something stopped me. Maybe because part of me still needed proof it actually happened. That I didn't just imagine the whole thing. That I didn't fall asleep in front of some creepy movie and dream the rest. Around noon I went outside, not because I wanted to, but because I had to see the bus stop again, just to make sure I hadn't filled in details that weren't there. The sky was clear this time. Everything looked normal. Same graffiti on the side of the bench. Same faded schedule in the case. Nothing strange. No one waiting. I stood there for a while, trying to replay the moment in my head. The way he moved. The way he looked at me. And more than anything, that eye. That glassy, unfocused eye that didn't match the rest of his face. If someone was trying to fake being my dad, they did a weird job of it. Like they got almost everything right, except for one big thing. That part still didn't make sense. And then there was the jacket. That brown one he always wore. I hadn't thought about it in years, but standing there at the bus stop, it hit me I still had it, folded up in a plastic bin in the closet. I had kept it after he passed, along with some other clothes and his old tool belt. I hadn't looked at that stuff in forever. When I got home, I pulled the bin out. There it was, same worn collar, same faint grease stain on the left sleeve from when he spilled something working on his truck. I held it up and checked the pocket. Inside was a movie ticket stub from the week before he died. So the one at the bus stop couldn't have been his, at least not the real one. Still, the feeling didn't go away. That night, I didn't bother trying to sleep right away. I made coffee around 10 and stayed up in the living room with the lights on. I didn't turn on the TV. Just sat there, waiting to hear something. I wasn't sure what I expected. Maybe another photo, a knock, something subtle. What happened instead was weirder. At about 1 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. Nothing unusual at first old building, people come and go, but these were slow, deliberate. And they stopped right outside my door. I turned off the lamp and sat perfectly still. No knock, no voice, just silence. Then the mail slot creaked open. It didn't make a sound for a second, and then I saw something slide through. I waited a full minute before walking over. It wasn't another photo this time. It was a strip of paper, narrow, torn from something larger, and on it, in handwriting I swear I recognized, were 3 words. You forgot me. That's it. No signature, no explanation. Just that sentence, like an accusation, or a warning, or something in between. I stood there holding it, trying to place the handwriting. It wasn't perfect, but it was close to how my dad used to write notes to himself. Scraps on the fridge. Little things like call Joey or check the boiler. But this one didn't look like a reminder. It looked personal. I didn't go back to the couch. I didn't turn the lights back on. I just stood there staring through the peephole for what must have been close to 20 minutes. Nothing. When I finally looked out into the hallway, it was empty. No footsteps, no door clicks, just that humming fluorescent light and the same peeling paint near the stairwell. I didn't sleep that night either. The next morning, I walked the whole building, top to bottom, every hallway, every stairwell. I didn't knock on any doors. I'm not that bold, but I kept checking for anything strange. A door left cracked, a window open that shouldn't be, a neighbor I didn't recognize, but nothing stood out. Until I reached the basement. The laundry room was empty, one light flickering. The machines were off, but on the far wall, near the utility panel, someone had scratched something into the metal. It was faint, barely visible, but it said the same thing. You forgot me. Same phrasing, no punctuation, same feeling. I left immediately. I still don't know what I'm dealing with. Someone pretending to be him, a stranger with some weird agenda, a sick prank from someone who knew us both. And I hate even thinking this something else. Something I don't have words for. But whatever it is, it's not random. It knows who I am. And now it wants me to remember something I've clearly tried to forget. I kept the strip of paper in my wallet. I don't know why. I didn't want to look at it again, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away either. It felt like evidence. Not the kind you bring to the cops, I knew how that would go, but the kind you hold on to when something doesn't feel finished. It was the same reason I still had the photo. Same reason I started locking the deadbolt even when I was home in the middle of the day. That whole week I kept waiting for something else. Another message, another noise, another person in the hallway who looked almost familiar, but not quite. But nothing happened. Nothing obvious anyway. Still, I could feel it. Not the kind of fear that rushes in and takes over, more like a slow build-up, like walking around your apartment with a cup of water and realizing every time you pass the hallway you spill a little without noticing. Then one day the floor is soaked, and you don't remember doing anything different. That's what it felt like. One night I came home from work, and my kitchen window was unlocked, just a crack, not wide enough to think someone climbed through, but I never left it open, ever. I always made a point to check every lock before I left the apartment. It had become a ritual even before all of this. I didn't sleep in my bed that night. I stayed on the couch, half watching late-night cable and half just listening. Every creak sounded wrong. Every gust of wind through the hallway vent made me freeze. But nothing came. In the morning, I made myself go through the motions. Shower, eat, check the mail. Except this time, when I checked the hallway, something new was waiting for me. It wasn't another note or photo. It was a book. Hardcover, black spine, no title. It was leaning against my door like someone had left it there on purpose, not dropped, not lost, placed. I took it inside and sat with it at the kitchen table for almost an hour before I even opened it. Inside, it was filled with old newspaper clippings, all glued in, page after page. Most of them were small blurbs, local news stories from the 90s and early 2000s. A couple were from my neighborhood, fires, arrests, obituaries. About 15 pages in, I found one that made me stop. It was about my dad. Not a headline or anything, just a few paragraphs buried in a community column about a union protest at a construction site. His name was there, and next to it a photo I had never seen before. Grainy, black and white, but unmistakably him, standing with a group of guys all wearing hard hats. He was looking off to the side, not at the camera. Someone had circled his face in pen. No caption. I flipped through more pages, faster now. The farther I got, the more the clippings shifted. Less local news, more personal. One article was about a missing person, a teenage boy from another borough. No real connection to my dad or me, as far as I could tell. But that one had a note scribbled in the margin. Too late. Another article was about a fire in an abandoned building. No injuries, just property damage. The next page was blank, just an old Polaroid taped to the center. It showed a door, just a door, unmarked, wooden. Could have been anywhere. It made my stomach turn, not because of what it showed, but because I recognized the doormat. It was the same one from the building across the street, beige with a tear in the corner. I had passed it 100 times. That night, I stood outside that door. I didn't knock. I didn't even step close. I just watched it, long enough to know no one was coming or going, long enough to convince myself I had imagined the whole thing. I left the building and went home. The next morning, my doormat was gone. Just gone. The floor was clean, like someone had picked it up and shaken it out. Nothing else disturbed, just that one detail removed. I wish I could say that was the moment I called someone, a friend, a therapist, even the police. But I didn't. Instead, I went back to the book. Near the end, tucked between 2 pages, I found a torn envelope. Inside was a single Polaroid. It was me again. Same angle as before, same position in bed, but this time the camera had pulled back. You could see more of the room. And standing at the foot of the bed in the shadows was a figure. Not fully visible, just the outline, but enough to see the broad shoulders, the jacket, the limp. This time the photo wasn't just proof that someone had been there. It was a message. I was not alone. I had never been alone. And whoever this was wearing my dad's face, or pretending to, they were done waiting. They were showing me what they wanted me to see, piece by piece. I kept the second photo in a drawer next to the first one, not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't bring myself to destroy it. It felt like crossing a line. Like if I tore it up or threw it away, something might escalate. I didn't say that out loud, obviously. I didn't even want to admit it to myself. But the thought was there, stuck in the back of my mind like a splinter. Over the next few days, I checked the hallway every morning before opening my door. No more books, no more notes, no more photographs, but I still felt like I was being watched. That part never went away. I stopped sleeping with my bedroom door shut. I started leaving lights on in the living room and kitchen. I started using my phone camera to take pictures of the locks before I went to sleep, just to reassure myself that I had actually locked them. The day after I found the second photo, I walked to the building across the street, the one with the doormat I had seen in the Polaroid. I didn't do anything dramatic, just walked past slowly, eyes down. The door looked the same, still unmarked, still closed, but the mat was different now, newer, same color, but clean, no rip in the corner. That could have meant anything. Still, something about it made my chest tighten. I thought about buzzing random apartments, pretending I had the wrong floor, but that felt risky. I wasn't ready for a confrontation. I was barely holding it together as it was. I walked home and didn't go back the rest of the week. I kept thinking about the note, "You forgot me." It had stopped sounding like a threat. It felt more like something personal, like whoever was doing this really believed I had wronged them somehow, that I had abandoned something important. And then I started thinking about my dad. Not the image from the bus stop or the fake version standing in the photo, but the real man, the one I remembered growing up. He was rough sometimes, quiet but strict, didn't like being questioned. Didn't show a lot of affection, but he tried in his own way. Left me tools instead of birthday cards. Took me to work sites instead of ball games. That was his version of bonding. We weren't close near the end. He got sick fast, and I wasn't good at hospitals. I visited less than I should have. When he died, I think I let the whole thing fade quicker than I was supposed to. I boxed up his stuff and barely looked back. I never really grieved, not properly. Maybe that was part of this. Maybe this was my brain pulling up some guilt I had never dealt with. That night, I sat in the kitchen with all the lights off and tried to remember the sound of his voice. It didn't come easily. That scared me more than anything. The next morning, there was something new on my table. I swear I locked every window and door. I checked the photo of the locks on my phone. Everything was just as I left it. But sitting on the center of the table was an envelope. Just one, unsealed, no writing on the front. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded once. There were 5 names written on it, all in the same handwriting as before. Careful, neat, like someone who took their time. I didn't recognize any of them. I typed each one into a search bar. The first was a woman who went missing 10 years ago in Brooklyn. The second was a man who died in a fire, same neighborhood. The third was listed in a court case as a witness who later recanted. The fourth had no results at all. The fifth one had an obituary, cause of death listed as undetermined. I stared at that list for a long time, not knowing what to do with it. Were these victims? Witnesses? Was this a threat? A confession? Why was it left for me? What did it have to do with my father? I pulled out the old black book again, the one I found on my doorstep. I flipped through the clippings. Some of the names matched, not all, but 2, one from the fire, one from the court case. I hadn't noticed the overlap before. Now I started wondering if someone was using me to relive something, or maybe to finish something. I went back to the hallway camera feed on my phone. I had installed it years ago when packages started getting stolen. I had stopped checking it regularly, but now I scrubbed through the last 2 nights. Around 3 in the morning, I found it. A figure, blurred by the poor lighting, approached my door slowly, crouched down, stayed in frame for less than 10 seconds. No face visible, jacket hood up, broad shoulders, same shape. They left the envelope, then turned and walked away, not in a rush, like they knew no one would be watching. I saved the clip. I didn't send it to anyone. I didn't report it. I just watched it 3 times in a row, trying to see something that would help me feel less like I was unraveling. I couldn't. That night I didn't try to sleep. I sat up in bed with the list beside me. I read each name out loud, quietly, like I was trying to bring them into the room, like maybe one of them would mean something if I heard it in my own voice. And then I remembered something. A photograph I hadn't looked at in years, an old one, from my dad's workshop. I pulled out the box I had stored his things in. At the bottom was a faded picture of him standing in front of the garage. Behind him were 3 men, none of them labeled. I had always assumed they were just co-workers. Now I wasn't so sure. Because one of them, I swear, had the same face as the man from the hallway camera. And if I was right, that meant this didn't start last week. It started a long time ago. And maybe I was just the next person on the list. I sat with that photograph for a long time, not doing anything with it, just looking. The guy in the back third from the left, same jawline, same shoulders, same posture as the one from the hallway camera. The hair was shorter, and he looked younger, but something about the way he held himself made my stomach knot. There was a familiarity in how he angled his body slightly away from the camera, as if even then he didn't want to be seen head-on. I flipped the photo over. Blank. No names, no date. It looked like it had been taken in the early 2000s, maybe earlier. My dad was clean-shaven, which he hadn't been since I was in high school. The garage in the background had the old sign still up, Brenner and Sons Contracting, before they dropped the and Sons and just went by initials. I hadn't thought about that in years. The rest of that day passed in a fog. I didn't eat much. I left the envelope with the 5 names out on the table, lined up beside the black book. I didn't know what I was supposed to do next. I wasn't a detective. I wasn't even sure I wanted answers anymore. It was starting to feel like the deeper I looked, the more I lost control of the story, like it wasn't mine anymore. Like it had shifted from something happening to me into something I was being dragged into. I went outside for a while just to get air, walked 3 blocks up and 2 over, didn't talk to anyone, just tried to move, tried to feel normal. It didn't work. Every face I passed looked a little too sharp. Every noise made me jump. I kept checking windows, checking reflections. I couldn't help it. That night I didn't plan to stay up, but my body wouldn't let me rest. Around 2:30 in the morning, I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a faint shuffle near the back window, the one in the bathroom. It's frosted glass, so you can't really see through it, just shapes, outlines. But there was definitely movement. Just for a second. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing followed. Still, I grabbed my phone and stepped into the hallway. I didn't want to call the police. I didn't have anything solid to tell them, but I was done pretending this was normal. I called Kayla instead. She was the only person I trusted to believe me without jumping to conclusions. We hadn't talked in months, but I didn't care. I needed someone else to hear what was happening. I kept my voice low. "Someone's been in my place," I said, more than once. There was silence on the other end for a second. Then she said, "Is this about your dad?" That threw me. I hadn't mentioned him yet, not directly, just said someone had been watching me, leaving things. "How did you know that?" I asked. Another pause. Then she said, "Do you remember that night he picked us up from the movies in high school? You fell asleep in the back seat." I didn't answer. "I heard him talking to someone in the front," she said, "but no one else was there." I remembered that night, barely. It had snowed earlier in the day. The windshield had fogged up. I thought he was just talking to himself. I didn't even think it was weird at the time. He said something like, "It's not time yet," she said. And then, "He'll remember when he's ready." I never asked him about it. I sat down on the floor, cold tile beneath me, still holding the phone. I didn't know what to say. She spoke again. I don't think it was a stranger at the bus stop. My throat felt tight. "I think it was someone he knew," she said. "Someone he brought around once, a long time ago. I saw him in a picture in your house once, in the background. I always remembered his eyes." Neither of us said anything for a while after that. Eventually, I hung up and sat in the dark for what felt like hours, trying to piece together how far back this went. If it was about my dad, and if other people had noticed something strange even when he was alive, then maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just caught in the spillover of something older. When the sun came up, I went back to the photo. The garage, the three men, my dad in front. I scanned it again and noticed something I hadn't before. There was a door behind them, just barely visible, partially open, and someone was standing just inside it, almost hidden by shadow. Only half their face visible. And that face looked exactly like mine. Not similar. Exactly. My blood ran cold, but not in the dramatic movie way, more like a full body quiet. My fingers felt numb, my ears rang a little. I had no memory of being at that garage, no memory of ever being near that place while my dad was working. But it was me, or someone who wore my face, not like the man at the bus stop. This one was younger. My age now. Same expression I'd seen in the mirror 100 times. And suddenly, I remembered what Kayla said. "He'll remember when he's ready." I put the photo down, stared at the wall, and asked myself the question I had been avoiding since the beginning. What if this wasn't someone copying my dad? What if this was about who he thought I would become? And what if he wasn't wrong? I stopped trying to explain it. That was the only way I could move forward. I had spent too much time tying everything together like it was a puzzle that just needed one more piece. One more clue, one more memory, one more old photo. But the more I tried to make sense of it, the more I felt like I was circling something that didn't want to be solved. It took me a while to realize it wasn't a mystery. It was a fracture, a slow tear in the line between memory and reality, between what I knew and what I believed. The day after I found the photo with my own face in the background, I went through every box I had from my dad's old life, every paper, every photo, every scrap I'd saved out of guilt more than sentiment. I looked for any mention of the men in that garage photo. There was nothing, no names, no notes. The picture itself had no context, just four men outside a shop and one barely visible figure in the dark. I didn't recognize myself in that photo, not really. But the face was mine, and that meant something was wrong. Not supernatural, not sci-fi, just wrong in a quieter, heavier way. I started writing everything down, not to publish or show anyone, just to track it, to put it somewhere outside my head. If I could pin it to paper, maybe I could separate what had happened from what I thought had happened. The bus stop, the photo under my door, the book, the names, the list. The fact that someone or something kept showing up wearing my dad's face or my own and leaving pieces behind. I thought about getting help. I thought about it a lot. There were moments, quiet ones, usually around 4 in the morning, where I was almost sure I was having a break. Not a dramatic collapse, just a steady drift into something I couldn't walk back from. I hadn't told anyone everything, not Kayla, not even myself. I had only hinted, and I knew why. Because the part I was afraid to admit out loud was that I didn't want it to stop. That sounds awful, but it's the truth. Somewhere in all the fear and confusion, there was this undercurrent of meaning, like whoever or whatever was behind it all had been trying to show me something real, not to hurt me, but to remind me. Of what, I wasn't sure, but it felt like it had to do with my dad, with the kind of man he had been, with the kind of man he thought I was going to be. I started hearing things again. Not whispers, not voices, just sounds, in the vents, in the hallway. At first I thought it was paranoia, but then I started recording them. Not with my phone, but with an old handheld recorder I found in one of my dad's boxes, the kind with the little cassette tapes. I'd leave it running at night. In the morning, I'd play it back. Mostly static, a few creaks. One night, there was a voice, not loud, not clear, but real. It said, "You're almost there." That was all. Just that one sentence. I played it over and over until the tape wore out. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't know how. The next night, I slept better than I had in weeks. No nightmares, no waking up in a sweat, just sleep. And when I woke up, there was a third photo. This time it was not inside the apartment. It was outside, under the mat at the front door, which was strange because I had not replaced the mat since it went missing. But there it was, the same mat, same tear in the corner. The photo showed me walking away from a building. My building, shot from behind. I was wearing clothes I hadn't worn in years, a jacket I gave away after college, sneakers I threw out after they split. My hair was shorter, my posture looked different. I almost didn't recognize myself. But it was me. The timestamp, if it could be believed, was dated 5 years earlier. And suddenly I remembered something I hadn't thought about in forever. There had been a night back then, around the time of my dad's funeral, when I thought I saw someone following me on the train platform. I remembered the way I kept looking over my shoulder, the way I walked home faster than usual, the way I told myself it was nothing. And now I was looking at proof that someone had been following me, back then, before the bus stop, before the photo, before the whisper. It had started earlier than I realized. Maybe it had never really stopped. I didn't panic. I didn't run. I just sat down on the steps and held the photo in both hands. And I realized something else. I was never supposed to figure it out. This wasn't about solving a mystery. This was about confronting a part of myself I had tried to bury: grief, guilt, memory, fear, all the stuff I had packed away after my dad died, all the things I told myself didn't matter. The quiet inheritance no one talks about. The mental cracks that start to spread when you pretend you're fine for too long. So I stopped pretending. I started therapy. It's not dramatic. No big revelations yet, but I'm talking. I'm asking questions. I'm sleeping better. Sometimes I still hear things. A cough in the vent. A knock that no one else hears. Sometimes I think I see him. My dad, not the one from the bus stop, the real one, just out of the corner of my eye, standing in doorways, watching me as I move from one room to the next. But I don't run from it anymore. I just nod. Because I think maybe this whole time that's all he wanted. For me to see what he left behind. For me to face it. And now, finally, I am. We had just moved into this suburban house in Birmingham. It was supposed to be the start of something new, a fresh chapter. The kind of place where you imagine yourself making memories, having quiet mornings with a cup of tea, and maybe eventually filling the walls with pictures and laughter. The neighborhood was calm, lined with neat rows of houses, well-kept gardens, and the soft glow of streetlights that made everything look cozy after dark. The house itself was an old one, built probably sometime in the mid-20th century. It looked solid enough from the outside, but there were things about it that felt off, like the attic. For one, there was no way in, at least no visible access. No stairs, no hatch, nothing in the ceiling of the top floor rooms that suggested you could get in. The previous owners told us the attic had been sealed off decades ago. They didn't give much explanation beyond that, and honestly, it didn't seem like a big deal at first. Then, about a week after we moved in, I started noticing something strange. Every evening, around 10 p.m., when I was usually sitting in the living room with the lights dimmed and the house settling into the quiet of night, I caught a glimpse of something at the attic window. At first, I thought it was just the reflection of the streetlight bouncing off the glass, maybe a trick of the shadows or my tired eyes playing games. But night after night, without fail, there she was. It was a woman, long hair, pale, wearing what looked like a dress. She stood there at the attic window, just staring straight down at me. The window was small and dusty, and I could barely make out details, but the silhouette was unmistakable. She didn't move, just stood there quietly, like she was watching something, watching me. I didn't want to believe it at first. The logical part of me insisted she was a trick of the light, or maybe a mannequin, or a reflection from some passing car. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger, and the image of the woman became clearer each night. She was always in the same spot, always looking straight at the house. I asked the neighbors about the attic. Most of them were polite, but a little distant when I brought it up. One neighbor told me the attic had been sealed for over 50 years, and no one had been in or out since. Another mentioned that the previous owners never used the space, and it had been boarded up for safety reasons. No one had an explanation for why someone would be standing at that window. The house didn't come with any keys or instructions for the attic, which only added to the mystery. I tried knocking on the door inside the house that I thought might lead to the attic, but it was solid plaster with no sign of a hidden entrance. I even inspected the roof from outside when I could, but there was no visible way in. Despite all this, the woman kept appearing, night after night. I began to watch more closely, trying to figure out if she ever moved or did anything else. Last night, for the first time, she did. She lowered her hand and waved. It was a slow, deliberate gesture, and I could swear it was directed at me. That was when the unease really set in. Was she real? A ghost trapped in the house? Or was someone secretly watching us from the attic through some hidden access? Could it even be some neighborhood kids playing an elaborate prank, knowing about the sealed attic and making use of it in some way? The questions spun in my head, making it impossible to sleep. I decided I needed to know more about the house. I spent the day researching its history, digging through old records and newspapers. It was fascinating and a little eerie. The house had been built in the 1950s, originally owned by a family that stayed there for decades. There was a mention in an old local paper about a woman who had lived in the house in the early 70s. She had been known for her long hair and pale dresses. The article spoke of her tragic death in the house, under mysterious circumstances. The more I read, the more the story of the house and the woman at the attic window seemed to connect. The house was layered with memories, some bright and others shadowed by loss. I kept going through the archives, finding little snippets of stories, trying to piece together who she might have been and why she was still there. But even with all the information, it didn't explain the way she looked at me, or how she was standing there in a space that was supposedly sealed off. The mystery was just beginning, and I knew the coming nights would be even harder to ignore. Since that first night when I saw her wave, I found myself watching the attic window every evening, waiting to see if she would appear again. Some nights she was there, standing perfectly still, like a statue carved from shadows, her pale dress catching the moonlight faintly. Other nights, the window was empty, and I would lie awake wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. The repetition of her presence and absence was maddening, as though the house itself was teasing me, drawing me into a story that I wasn't sure I wanted to be part of. The neighbors remained tight-lipped, as if the attic's secret was something nobody wanted to discuss openly. I tried casually asking about the woman in the pale dress, but most would glance away or change the subject quickly. One elderly man hinted that the house had a dark past, mentioning a family tragedy long ago, but refused to say more. I felt like I was piecing together a puzzle where many pieces were missing or deliberately hidden. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I spent hours in the local library and archives, poring over old newspapers and public records. The house's history was surprisingly rich for such a modest suburban home. Built in the 1950s, it had seen a handful of families come and go, but one story stood out: a young woman who had lived there alone in the late 60s and early 70s. Her name was Eleanor, and she was known in the community as quiet, a bit withdrawn. The records showed she had died tragically in the house, but the details were scarce and inconsistent. I found a small obituary tucked away in an old newspaper. It mentioned her passing after a brief illness, but neighbors remembered differently. There were rumors of mental illness, of her becoming reclusive and eventually sealing off the attic to keep her private world hidden. Some even whispered that she had vanished from the public eye entirely before her death, leaving a lingering sense of sadness and mystery about the house. The attic was said to have been boarded up to prevent anyone from entering, but no official records explained why. That night I decided to take a closer look at the attic window itself. Standing outside under the soft glow of streetlights, I could see the glass was thick and grimy, but the silhouette of the woman was clear. I watched her for a while, mesmerized by the slow rhythm of her breathing. At least that's what it looked like. She was as still as a ghost, but there was a presence there that felt intensely alive, watching, waiting. I went back inside and checked the house thoroughly. I searched for any hidden entrances to the attic, pulling at loose floorboards, tapping walls, checking the ceiling for hidden hatches. There was nothing obvious. The plaster was thick and unyielding, the ceiling smooth and solid. It was as if the attic was a sealed tomb, and whatever was inside was locked away from the world. I set up a camera pointed at the attic window, hoping to capture clear evidence of what was happening. The following mornings, I would review the footage, sometimes seeing the faint figure standing there, sometimes nothing. One night, the camera caught a faint movement, the woman lowering her hand slowly and waving again, almost like a greeting. The motion was deliberate and clear, a silent message sent across the distance. I shared the footage with a local historian, hoping to get some insight. She told me about the common practice in older houses of sealing off attic spaces, sometimes due to structural issues or to hide parts of the home that were damaged or unused. But more interestingly, she mentioned that houses with such hidden or closed-off spaces often become places where stories and memories collect, places where the past lingers, and sometimes the past reaches out. Her words stayed with me. I began to think of the attic not just as a physical space, but as a kind of bridge between times, where the living and the dead could meet. The woman at the window might be a ghost trapped in that space, or maybe something else entirely, an echo of memory or emotion refusing to fade. I talked to a few older residents in the neighborhood, some of whom remembered Eleanor or had heard stories passed down about the house. One woman recalled seeing a figure in the attic window late at night when she was a teenager. She described it as haunting but peaceful, like a guardian watching over the neighborhood rather than a threat. That description resonated with me, making me wonder if the woman was trying to protect something or someone. Despite the growing weight of these stories, I felt more curious than afraid. I began leaving small gifts outside the house, flowers, notes, even a candle near the garden wall. It felt like a way to communicate, to say that I saw her and that I cared. Some mornings, the flowers would be moved or missing, and the candle sometimes flickered despite the lack of wind. Those small signs were both comforting and mysterious, deepening the connection I felt to the woman in the attic window. The nights continued to hold their quiet tension. I found myself waiting in the living room around 10 p.m., watching the window, listening for the faintest sound. Sometimes I thought I heard a soft humming or the faint rustle of fabric. Other times the night was silent, except for the occasional creak of the old house settling. But the presence at the window remained constant, a silent sentinel in the dark. The mystery of the attic, the woman, and the sealed space was unfolding slowly, like a story whispered through the years. I didn't know what I would find if I managed to open the attic door, or what truth lay behind the boarded-up space. But for now, the watching continued, and the feeling that I was not alone in this old house settled in deeply. And as I write this, the window is just there, dark except for the faintest outline of her figure. She watches, waits, and sometimes, just sometimes, she waves. After several nights of watching the attic window and thinking about Eleanor's story, I felt an urge to explore the history of the house more deeply. It was like peeling back layers of dust and time, uncovering the memories embedded in the walls. I made my way to the local library, a small, quiet building with rows of old books and newspapers that smelled like forgotten years. The librarian was kind, helping me find archives related to the neighborhood and the specific house we had moved into. I spent hours there, absorbed in brittle newspapers, yellowed documents, and handwritten notes from decades past. One of the first things I found was a detailed account from a local newspaper dated back to the early 70s. It mentioned Eleanor, the woman who had lived in the house alone. She was described as a recluse who had lost her family tragically and rarely left the house. Neighbors recalled hearing her play piano late into the night and sometimes seeing her standing at the attic window, watching the street below. The article hinted at her deep loneliness and the speculation that she had sealed off the attic to create a private sanctuary, away from a world that had hurt her. Digging further, I found a series of letters exchanged between Eleanor and a local historian. They discussed the house's architecture, its place in the neighborhood's history, and Eleanor's desire to preserve the attic as it was. The historian mentioned Eleanor's fascination with preserving memories and keeping the past alive through the physical space. The letters were filled with a kind of quiet desperation, a yearning to hold on to something slipping away. That day at the library felt like a turning point. The attic was not just a sealed-off space. It was a vessel of Eleanor's grief, hope, and memories. It made me think that the woman at the window was more than a ghost. She was a lingering piece of the house's soul, tied to the place through decades of loss and longing. Back at the house, I became more aware of the little signs of Eleanor's presence. The subtle chill in the air near the attic window, the faint scent of lavender that sometimes drifted down the hallway, and the soft creaking sounds when the wind was calm, all seemed like echoes of her existence. I began keeping a journal to record these moments, not sure if anyone would ever read it, but feeling the need to document the experience for myself. One evening, I found myself standing outside the house, staring up at the attic window. The street was quiet, and the moonlight painted silver lines on the roof. The silhouette of the woman was there, and this time she did not wave but simply stood, her gaze fixed and intense. I called out softly, using her name, Eleanor, hoping to reach across the years and the divide between life and death. The figure did not move, but the atmosphere seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, like the house was holding its breath. Over the next few weeks, I continued to research, reaching out to the local historical society and speaking to elderly residents. Many shared fragmented stories of a woman who had loved the house deeply but was haunted by loss, who had isolated herself after a tragedy, and who had been seen from time to time at the attic window long after she passed away. It was clear that Eleanor's story was woven into the fabric of the neighborhood, a silent thread connecting past and present. Despite the unsettling nature of it all, I felt strangely comforted by the presence at the window. It was a reminder that the house was alive in a way I hadn't expected. It held stories, memories, and spirits of those who had loved and lost within its walls. The woman in the attic window was a guardian of that history, a silent witness to the passage of time. One night, after a particularly long day of research, I sat by the window in the living room and looked up at the attic. The woman was there, and for the first time, I felt an urge to communicate more clearly. I grabbed a notebook and wrote a simple message. "I see you." I held it up against the glass, hoping she might notice. For a moment nothing happened, and then slowly she raised her hand and waved back. It was a small gesture, but it felt like an answer, a connection across the years. The house had become a place where the past lingered in the present, where memories took shape in shadows and light. The attic, once a sealed mystery, was now a symbol of continuity, of stories told and untold, of lives intertwined beyond time. The woman at the window was no longer just a figure in the dark. She was a presence that invited understanding and remembrance. I don't know what will happen next, or if the attic will ever be opened. Maybe some things are meant to stay hidden, preserved in silence and shadow. But I do know that every night when the clock strikes 10 and the woman appears at the window, she reminds me of the fragile beauty of memory and the enduring power of a house to hold the stories of those who came before. The days slipped by, each one folding gently into the next, marked by the quiet rhythm of the house and the presence that lingered in the attic window. I found myself settling into a strange kind of routine, watching for the woman in the pale dress, noting every flicker of movement, every faint gesture that might suggest she was more than just a shadow. The neighborhood outside bustled with life during the day, but as night fell and the world grew still, the house transformed into a vessel of memory and mystery. Sometimes I would catch myself thinking about Eleanor not as a ghost but as a guardian of the house, a woman tethered to the place by threads of loss and love that refused to unravel. It was as if the attic held her secrets, her stories, and in turn she watched over the house and the lives that unfolded within its walls. I wondered if she was lonely, if she sought company through the window's glass, or if the nightly vigil was a ritual born from decades of solitude. One evening, as twilight melted into night, I sat by the living room window with a cup of tea, eyes drawn upwards to the attic. The silhouette was there as usual, framed by the dim glow of the street lights. This time she moved more distinctly, raising her hand in a slow wave, the pale fabric of her dress fluttering faintly in an unfelt breeze. The gesture was so human, so deliberate, that it sent a shiver through me. It was no longer just a passive observation, it was an invitation. That night, sleep eluded me. I found myself pacing the house, listening to its creaks and sighs, feeling the weight of its history pressing close. The walls seemed to hold their breath, the air thick with stories whispered and kept. I thought about all the lives that had passed through this house, all the moments of joy and sorrow etched into its foundation. And I thought about Eleanor, her hopes, her fears, her long years alone. The next morning I resolved to learn more, to uncover whatever secrets I could about the attic and the woman who haunted it. I reached out to local historians and neighbors, piecing together fragments of the past. One elderly woman shared memories of Eleanor as a young girl, describing her as kind and artistic, someone who loved to paint and spent hours gazing out of windows, dreaming of far-off places. The attic, she said, was Eleanor's sanctuary, a place where she could escape the world and lose herself in her art. These stories added layers of humanity to the figure I saw at the window. She was no longer just a ghost, but a person, a woman with a life, a heart, and dreams that had been frozen in time. I felt a growing sense of responsibility, as if by bearing witness to her presence, I was helping to keep her memory alive. That weekend, I decided to approach the house differently. Instead of watching from afar, I prepared to face the mystery head-on. I cleared the clutter from the attic door downstairs, swept the floor, and lit a candle, hoping to create a space that might invite peace and understanding. I spoke softly, calling Eleanor's name, telling her I saw her and that she was not forgotten. The house responded with a gentle creak, as if acknowledging my words. That night, as the clock approached 10, I waited by the window with the candle flickering beside me. The woman appeared, her figure more distinct than ever. She raised both hands this time, as if embracing the night, and I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. The air shimmered, the silence deepened, and for a moment, the distance between us seemed to dissolve. Days turned into weeks, and the encounters became a dialogue. I left notes on the windowsill, simple messages like, "I remember you," or "You are not alone." Sometimes, the notes would be gone in the morning, or replaced with small offerings like a pressed flower or a piece of fabric, delicate and worn. It felt like an exchange, a conversation spanning decades. One afternoon, while cleaning out a closet, I found an old trunk filled with Eleanor's belongings. There were sketches of landscapes, paintings of the house, and journals filled with reflections and poetry. Reading through her words, I felt closer to her than ever before. She wrote about the pain of loss, the comfort she found in solitude, and the hope that someone might one day understand her story. The house no longer felt like a place haunted by secrets, but a living memory, a testament to the enduring power of connection. Eleanor's presence at the attic window was no longer frightening but poignant, a reminder that even in silence, stories are waiting to be told. On a quiet evening, I stood outside the house, looking up at the attic window one last time. The woman was there, her figure bathed in the soft glow of the moon. She smiled a fleeting, bittersweet smile, and slowly she faded into the night, leaving behind a sense of peace that settled deep within the house. The attic remained sealed, a silent guardian of the past, but the woman in the window is no longer a mystery or a shadow. She is a memory embraced, a story shared, and a presence that lingers not in fear, but in love. The house had begun to feel different, lighter somehow, after those nights of quiet connection. Eleanor's presence at the attic window still came and went, but instead of stirring unease, it brought a kind of calm. I no longer sat there with fear or confusion, but with a sense of reverence. It was like watching a flicker of a life long past, but still very much alive in its own way. The house, which had once felt like a mystery wrapped in shadows, was now a vessel holding stories of love, loss, and memory. I spent more time exploring Eleanor's belongings I had found in the trunk. Her journals were filled with poetry and sketches, each page a window into her soul. She wrote about the changing seasons outside her window, the way the light shifted through the rooms, and the small moments of beauty she found in her solitude. It was clear she had loved this house deeply, even in her darkest days. Her words were raw and honest, touching on grief but also hope, on the longing to be seen and understood. One entry described the attic as her sanctuary, a place where she could retreat from the world and find peace. She mentioned sealing the attic door herself, not out of fear but to protect the memories she held there. The attic was full of her paintings, letters, and keepsakes, a hidden gallery of her life that she wanted to keep private but also immortal. It was heartbreaking to realize that her spirit might have been tied to this space, guarding the pieces of her story with silent devotion. Reading Eleanor's thoughts made me feel closer to her than ever. I started leaving little things near the attic window, a small bouquet of wildflowers, a note with a line of her poetry, a candle flickering softly in the evening breeze. I hoped these gestures would reach her, that they would show I honored her memory and wanted to keep her story alive. Some mornings I would find these offerings moved or gently rearranged, small signs that my messages were received, that Eleanor was still watching, still listening. The neighborhood began to notice the change in the house too. People would stop me and share stories about Eleanor or the house's history, tales passed down through generations. Some remembered seeing a woman at the attic window years ago. Others spoke of the house as a place where the past lingered like a shadow. The stories weren't frightening anymore. They were part of the neighborhood's tapestry, a reminder of the lives that had shaped this place. One evening, a neighbor invited me to a local historical society meeting. I went and shared what I had learned about Eleanor and the house. The group was fascinated and offered resources and contacts that helped me dig even deeper. We found old photos of Eleanor in the community archives, pictures of a young woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile, standing in front of the very house I now called home. Seeing her face, so alive and real, brought tears to my eyes. It made the presence at the attic window feel less like a ghost and more like a guardian watching over her home. Back at the house, the nights were quieter but filled with meaning. I continued my nightly ritual, sitting by the window and watching for Eleanor's silhouette. Sometimes she would wave, other times she simply stood and watched, a silent sentinel in the dark. I talked to her softly, sharing my day, my hopes, and sometimes my fears. It was a strange companionship, but it brought comfort in ways I had never expected. One particularly cold night, I felt compelled to open the attic door. The lock was old and rusted, but with some effort, I managed to pry it open. The air inside was thick with dust and the scent of aged wood. I stepped inside and was greeted by the sight of Eleanor's hidden gallery paintings stacked against the walls, journals piled neatly on a small table, and mementos arranged with care. It was like stepping into her private world, a place where time had stood still. I spent hours there, reading and absorbing her art and words. The attic was a sanctuary indeed, filled with the echoes of a life lived with intensity and depth. I felt honored to be the one who had uncovered this secret, to be entrusted with the care of her story. That night, after closing the attic door, I looked up at the window. Eleanor was there, her figure softer and more luminous than ever. She smiled and waved, a gesture of thanks and farewell. It felt like a goodbye, a release from the space that had held her for so long. Since then, the woman at the attic window has not appeared. The house feels peaceful, settled into a new rhythm. The past is no longer a weight pressing down, but a foundation holding us up. Eleanor's story lives on, not just in the attic or the window, but in the hearts of those who remember and care. I continue to live here, carrying her memory with me. The house is a home now, full of life and light, where shadows are no longer feared, but embraced as part of the story. And every so often, when the light catches the attic window just right, I swear I see a flicker of movement, a gentle wave from a woman who has finally found her peace. The days grew quieter after Eleanor's final wave from the attic window. The house settled into a peaceful rhythm that felt less like a place haunted by the past and more like a home holding the memories of lives lived within its walls. I carried the weight of Eleanor's story with me, not as a burden, but as a gift. The connection we shared, fleeting and mysterious, had changed me in ways I hadn't expected. I spent mornings tending the garden, afternoons organizing her paintings and journals, and evenings sitting by the attic window, feeling the presence that once filled the room. The house no longer whispered secrets in the shadows. Instead, it seemed to breathe with quiet contentment, the walls holding the warmth of remembrance. One day, I invited a local artist to the house to see Eleanor's paintings. The artist was moved by the raw emotion in the brush strokes and the stories hidden in the colors. Together, we organized a small exhibition in town to share Eleanor's work and her story with the community. It was a way to honor her memory and bring her voice back into the world she had long left behind. The opening night was filled with people sharing stories and memories, many of whom had known Eleanor or heard the legends. The atmosphere was one of healing and connection, a celebration of life beyond loss. I felt a profound sense of closure and belonging as I listened to others embrace the story I had come to cherish. Back at the house, the attic window remained quiet, no longer a stage for a solitary figure watching through the glass. Instead, it became a symbol of endurance, of a life that continued through art and memory. I knew Eleanor was finally at peace, her spirit freed from the bounds of the attic and the house that had been her sanctuary. On clear nights, when the moonlight casts soft shadows across the roof, I sometimes catch a glimpse of a gentle flicker in the attic window, a reminder that stories never truly end, that those we have loved remain with us in quiet ways. And in those moments, I feel a warmth that tells me Eleanor's story is still alive, carried forward in the hearts of those who remember. The house stands firm, a home filled with light and memory, where past and present meet in harmony. And I live here, a keeper of stories, a witness to the enduring power of connection. That is where this story ends, not with fear or mystery, but with peace and understanding. A tale of a woman who watched from the attic window, a house that held her memories, and the living who chose to see, listen, and remember. I almost didn't say anything. That's how this kind of thing starts, right? You see something weird, and your brain does that polite little trick where it just files it away and decides not to make a fuss. Probably nothing, it says. You're tired, it says. and to be fair, I was. I work overnights managing a food prep facility just outside Tampa. It's not glamorous, but it's steady. Commercial kitchen stuff, bulk orders. We do pre-chopped veg, pre-cooked meats, that kind of thing. Our place supplies a bunch of small restaurants around the area. Most people only work part-time hours, usually split shifts. And I'm the one keeping the wheels turning at night, making sure everything gets cleaned, labeled, logged. Anyway, it was a Monday morning when I first noticed it. I was doing end-of-week reporting, just double-checking shift logs before they got sent to corporate. We use a pretty basic scheduling system. Names, in-out times, job role. Nothing fancy. I usually skim it fast, just looking for missed punches or anything that might cause an issue with payroll. But this time, something caught my eye. Sunday's overnight shift had a new name listed. Brian. No last name, just Brian. Scheduled from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., logged in under the cleaner role. He was listed like anyone else, with a valid badge number and everything. Except, and here's the part where I paused, we never hired a Brian. Like, I know that sounds like a dumb oversight, but I've been doing this long enough to know our roster inside out. We're a small crew. We haven't hired anyone in over a month, and I personally processed the onboarding forms. I would have signed off on his background check, set up his badge, added his contact info, but there was nothing. At first, I figured it had to be a clerical error. Someone fat-fingered a name or reused an old badge ID. So I checked the ID number. It pulled up an empty profile. No email, no phone, no assigned login. That's when my stomach started doing that weird, hollow thing. I stared at the screen for maybe a minute longer than I needed to. Then I opened the CCTV archive. Every room in the building has a camera not hidden, just the usual mounted domes in the corners. Mostly we use them for safety or in case something gets reported. I filtered down to Sunday overnight, kitchen footage first. Nothing strange in the early hours. I saw Lisa from the prep crew wrapping up around 11:45 p.m., locking the cold storage. She left through the back door, keyed out as expected. Then, at 3:26 a.m., something changed. A man walked into frame, white uniform, cap, the standard kitchen getup, except I didn't recognize him. Short hair, medium build, could have been anybody, but he didn't do anything. Didn't pick up a mop or start organizing shelves. He just stood there, facing the microwave, for over an hour. I wish I could say he looked agitated or sick or even confused, but no, he was perfectly still, like statue still, not touching anything, not pacing. Just standing there like the microwave had personally wronged him, and he was waiting for it to apologize. At 4:47 a.m., right before the shift would have ended, he moved. He turned toward the camera, slowly, directly, no hesitation. And then he reached up and covered it with his hand. That was the end of the footage. I mean, I can still see the time code running for a bit, but all you get is a palm, then a dark screen. I checked the other cameras, hoping maybe I could catch him leaving or catch a side angle of what he was doing. Nothing. The hallway footage cut out right before 48 a.m. and picked up again just after 5, right as Tim came in for the morning prep. There was no footage of Brian leaving. I closed the laptop and just sat there, listening to the hum of the walk-in fridge. It was 5:30 a.m. by then. The sun was starting to come up. I didn't tell anyone right away. I told myself I needed more info. Maybe it was some system glitch. Maybe someone was doing maintenance and didn't tell me. Or maybe I was being overly paranoid. So I tried to rewind the footage again. I wanted to go back to the beginning, to 3:26 a.m., and watch it more carefully. I clicked back, same camera angle. But this time, nothing. The kitchen was empty. No man, no movement. Just the hum of the appliances and the dim glow of the emergency exit sign. I blinked a few times, rewound again. Still nothing. Same timestamp, same angle, but no Brian. It's not like he faded out or glitched. He was just never there. I tried scrubbing forward to 4:47 a.m. again, hoping I'd see the moment the camera got covered, but it never happened. The footage now just ran straight through, no interruption. No covered lens, no palm. He was gone, like completely erased. I sat back in my chair and felt this weird cold sweat break out across my back. Not panic. Just that moment your body realizes something isn't adding up, and it doesn't know which part to trust. I thought maybe I was misremembering, maybe I imagined the whole thing, but then I opened the scheduling app again. Brian was still listed, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., cleaner shift. And that's when I printed the page. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. I folded it and slid it into my notebook, just in case. By the time the day crew came in, I'd already decided I wouldn't say anything. Not yet. I didn't mention the schedule or the footage to anyone that first day. I had every intention of just letting it go, seriously. I figured if something was really wrong, something obvious, someone else would bring it up. And maybe I was just overthinking everything, right? Lack of sleep, long hours. One too many true crime podcasts in my ears during inventory. But then Tuesday night came. I was back on the late shift again, just me and the sound of the industrial dishwasher hissing like it was alive. I was doing supply checks in dry storage when Lisa came in early to grab a clipboard she'd left. She's been with us for over 2 years, knows the place better than I do most days. We chatted for a minute, and I don't even know what made me ask. I said, "Hey, you were here Sunday night, right? You see anyone new?" She furrowed her brow like she was trying to remember. Then she said, "Oh, the guy in the white hat." That made my stomach flip. I asked what she meant, casually. She shrugged and said, "Just some guy standing by the back wall when I was locking up. I thought he was new. I waved, but he didn't respond, just kept staring at the microwave." That same line, staring at the microwave. I asked if she told anyone. "No," she said. "Figured he was one of yours. Looked like he belonged. Uniform and all." I nodded and changed the subject. I didn't want to get into it there. After she left, I sat in the break room for a long time, just staring at the schedule again. Brian was still there, still logged for that single shift, still no last name. Still no login data, no employee file. And now at least 2 people had seen me on the footage, her in person, and he still didn't officially exist. Around 2 a.m., I decided to pull the footage again, just to double check that I hadn't imagined it disappearing. I logged into the camera archive and jumped to the kitchen view from Sunday night. Same time, 3:26 a.m. Still nothing. No man, no motion, no palm covering the camera. But the timestamp was still running, and I remembered that first time I watched it, remembered it clearly, because I'd paused it and rewound it a dozen times. I even remembered the moment he looked straight at the lens. That tiny shift in posture, the hand rising, gone now, like it never happened. But Lisa saw him, which meant I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep after my shift. I just went home and lay in bed with my eyes open, listening to the hum of the ceiling fan and thinking about how many ways this could go. If this was someone sneaking in, then why? If this was some glitch or mix-up, why just one shift? Why just Sunday? And why did he cover the camera? That part felt personal, not hostile exactly, but direct, like he wanted to be seen and then erased. Later that morning, I called our regional HR rep, said I had a name show up on the shift log that didn't match any of our hiring records. She was polite but distracted, probably juggling 5 things at once. She asked for the badge number and said she'd look into it. I didn't mention the video. I wanted to see what she'd find first. She called back 2 hours later. There's no record of that name or number in the system, she said, not even archived. Are you sure it was our location? I told her I was positive, gave her the exact date and time again. Well, she said after a pause, sometimes the badge system can autofill if a deactivated number gets reused. Could be a glitch from an old profile. That would have made sense, except I knew we never had a Brian in the past either. I've handled every badge in the last year. I thanked her anyway and hung up. Then I did something stupid. I printed the CCTV stills, not even full screenshots, just some paused frames I had taken from the footage that first time. I had copied them into a draft email, not sent, just saved. And I printed them out on the office printer and took them home. 3 grainy images, one of the man standing by the microwave, one with him turned toward the camera, and the last one, the one that no longer exists, where his hand covers the lens. I taped them to my fridge. My partner was out of town for the week, and I don't know, it felt like something I needed to physically look at, like proof that I wasn't losing it. That night, I slept on the couch. The bedroom felt too far from the front door. The next morning, I noticed something strange. The middle photo, the one where he was staring at the camera, looked different. Not by much, just slightly off. His eyes. I remembered them being slightly downcast, almost neutral. But in the printed version, they were looking directly into the lens. I stared at it for a solid 10 minutes, tried to convince myself I was remembering wrong. Maybe I never paused it at exactly that moment. Maybe the printer just messed up the contrast or whatever. But the longer I stared, the more certain I became. His face had changed. And when I flipped the photo over, there was something written in pencil on the back. Just one word. Again. I did not write that. I live alone right now. No one else has keys to the place. I checked every window, every lock, nothing disturbed, no sign of a break-in. I took the photos down and shoved them in a drawer. I told myself I was being paranoid. I went to work that night like everything was fine. But deep down, I knew something had shifted, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else maybe not new had been using the building all along. By Wednesday, I started keeping my phone in my hand more than usual, not because I was scared exactly, but because I felt like I might need to document something again, or call someone, or just prove something to myself. I didn't bring up the altered photo to anyone. I told myself I could have smudged it or stared too long and just convinced myself it was different, but I did check it again, several times. And the pencil on the back, the word again, was still there, still faint, like someone pressed lightly while writing it fast. My handwriting, maybe, but I don't remember writing it. And that's not something I'd do as a joke to myself, not with everything else going on. I started double-checking the overnight shift schedule obsessively. No new names, no Brians, just the usual staff, the regulars. A part of me hoped someone else would say something weird. Anything that might mean I wasn't the only one feeling it, but no one did. That Thursday, I ran into Marcus in the loading area. He's one of the delivery guys, only comes in a few times a week for early runs. We made some small talk, and just as he was heading out, he paused and said, "Hey, were you messing with the radios the other night?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" "You know, the headset intercom things. I left one on charge by the cooler, and when I picked it up the next morning, it was broadcasting static, like someone had keyed the mic and just left it open." I asked if he heard anyone speaking. "No," he said, "just this buzzing, like someone breathing near the mic. Didn't sound like interference, though. Sounded deliberate." I tried to laugh it off. Maybe it got knocked loose. "Maybe," he said. Then he added, "It just felt weird, that's all." After he left, I checked the radios. They were all sitting neatly in their chargers, fully powered. I turned one on and listened. Nothing, just silence. Later that night, I did a full walkthrough of the facility. I don't normally do that. I'll check the kitchen, the cooler, the break room, but I rarely bother with the upstairs offices or the old staff locker area, since no one really uses them anymore. But this time I did, just to be sure. Most of the lights up there are motion activated. As I walked past the accounting office, the overhead flickered on, not smoothly though. It stuttered, like it didn't want to stay lit. The hallway smelled faintly of burnt paper, not strong, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. The old locker room was quiet, same scuffed benches, same half-broken mirror, but one of the lockers was ajar. Not wide open, just cracked. I walked over and gave it a gentle pull. Inside was nothing. Just a folded piece of white cloth on the top shelf. I reached up and unfolded it. It was a uniform shirt, our kitchen whites, crisp, clean, no name tag. It looked brand new, like it had been ironed. And inside the folded fabric, something fell out, a small badge card. Just the plastic insert, no clip. It had one word printed in all caps. Brian. No last name, no employee number, just Brian. I didn't touch it. I don't know why. I just stared at it like it might do something if I got too close. Eventually, I put the shirt back, carefully, closed the locker. I didn't take the badge. Back downstairs, I tried to act like nothing had happened. I kept telling myself that someone was playing a joke. Maybe someone found an old blank badge insert and wanted to mess with me after I asked HR about that name. But there was no one who would have known. No one who had access to both the shift logs and the locker room. Not unless they had been watching me very, very closely. Friday, I finally told Claire about it. She doesn't work with me, she used to, years ago, but now she's in retail. We meet up every few weeks, grab lunch, vent about dumb coworkers or rent or whatever. I told her everything, from the shift log to the footage that disappeared, to the man covering the camera, to the shirt in the locker upstairs. She didn't laugh, didn't roll her eyes. She just said, "You need to stop going in there alone. I'm the overnight manager." "I know," she said, "but you don't get paid enough to deal with this kind of thing." We sat there for a while in silence. She took a fry from my plate, stared at it, then said, "You remember those stories from a few years back? The ones about people living in walls?" I gave her a look. "What? Squatters?" "Yeah, kind of. But there was this case where a guy had been living in the attic of a fast food place for months. He would come out at night, steal food, leave notes. No one noticed until a cook caught him on camera eating cold fries at 4 a.m. I tried to laugh. "You think Brian's living in our vents?" "I don't know, but something's off. And if you're not imagining it, then someone's using that place like it still belongs to them." I walked home after that feeling half comforted and half worse. I kept thinking about that badge, about how clean the shirt was, how folded, like someone had prepared it, like they were waiting for their shift to start again. And this time, they wanted to be remembered. I thought about quitting. That sounds dramatic, but it honestly crossed my mind more than once. I'd never had that kind of thought before, not seriously, not even on the worst overnight shifts. But now I was coming into work feeling watched, checking corners like I was waiting for something to jump out. It made everything feel off, even the sounds, even silence. Still, I kept showing up, partly because I didn't want to look weak, mostly because I needed to understand what was happening, and maybe, deep down, I hoped it would all just stop on its own. Like a fever breaking. Saturday night started out quiet, just me, a skeleton crew, and the usual humming of machines in the background. I spent the first hour reorganizing some shipment logs and double-checking the next week's supply orders. Then I walked the main floor like I always do. Everything was clean. No missed labels. No lights left on in storage. But when I passed the break room, something caught my eye. The microwave door was open. No big deal, someone probably forgot to close it. But something about it stopped me in my tracks. I looked inside. A single paper napkin was folded neatly on the glass tray. That's it. Just one white napkin, perfectly square, like it had been pressed flat with care. I reached in, expecting it to be blank. It wasn't. There was something written on it in blue ink. 2 words. Clock in. I held it between my fingers for a long time. I wish I could say I was scared, but it was more confusion than anything. Not confusion like, what does this mean? But confusion like, who left this for me? The only people in the building that night were Marcus, who had clocked out already, and Dana, who was currently on cold storage inventory. I walked to the back and asked her if she'd been in the break room. She shook her head. Not since lunch. I didn't mention the napkin. I just nodded and told her to take her time. Back in the office, I checked the access logs. Every door and badge use in the building gets logged in the system. That's how we track who's where and when. There was a new entry. 11:15 p.m. Badge number, Burn 07. The system listed it as active. There was no such badge in circulation. We don't use letter codes like that. And I checked again, no profile, no name, no metadata, just the time and the tag, break room entry. I took a screenshot of the log and emailed it to myself. Then I did something I hadn't done before. I stayed in the break room. I sat at the small metal table with my arms crossed, watching the microwave like it might do something. The lights buzzed overhead. The vending machine clicked once. Nothing else moved. Midnight came and went. And then I heard footsteps. Not loud, just one or two slow steps from the hallway outside. They stopped right before the doorway. I stood up and waited. No one came in. I walked over to the door and looked out. The hallway was empty. But one of the lockers down the hall, the same locker where I had found the uniform shirt, was open again. Wide this time. I walked over and looked inside. The shirt was gone. In its place was something new. A pair of kitchen gloves, neatly placed together, fingers interlocked like two hands at rest. On the inside of one glove, someone had written a message, same blue ink. Still here. I didn't touch them. I backed away and went back to the break room, shut the door and sat down again. I didn't know what I was waiting for anymore. An explanation? A confrontation? Around 2:30 a.m., the lights in the hallway flickered once. The motion sensor in the corridor pinged. But no one was there. I stood up slowly and walked back to the office. Pulled up the security feeds again. 3 of the cameras were fine, but the hallway cam, the one near the break room, showed only static. I refreshed the feed, same thing. Then I rewound to 2 minutes earlier. And there he was. Brian, standing just outside the break room door, facing away from the camera, not moving. The footage played for 20 seconds, then it cut to static. I hit pause, zoomed in. His uniform looked freshly ironed, the name tag still missing, but I could see something in his right hand. A pair of gloves. I went cold. I tried refreshing the feed again, jumping forward in the timeline. Nothing. When I returned to the hallway 20 minutes later, the locker was shut again. Gloves gone. I called Claire the next morning, told her everything, every detail this time, even the napkin, even the badge log. She was quiet for a while. Then she asked something that stuck with me. "What if this isn't someone pretending to be on shift?" she said. "What if they think they still work there?" I don't get it. What if they were fired, or let go, or just forgot, and now they're showing up like nothing ever changed? That theory hit harder than I expected. Because it didn't feel violent. None of it did. It didn't feel like someone trying to scare me. It felt procedural. Like whoever this was just following a routine they believed still existed. But how do you forget being fired? How do you get deleted from every system? How do you vanish from camera footage? And why now? Why come back? That night, I left the microwave napkin where it was, just in case he needed it. By Sunday, I'd started locking the office door during my shift. It wasn't standard protocol or anything, there's usually no reason to, but I told myself it was just a safety thing. Just in case someone wandered in. Just in case I imagined all of this and needed to feel in control again. I kept telling myself that part, just in case. The napkin was still in the microwave when I got in, folded exactly the same way. I hadn't touched it since I found it. I just checked to see if it had moved. It hadn't. I didn't do my usual walkthrough that night. I stayed mostly in the office, eyes on the monitors. The hallway camera feed was back, but I didn't trust it anymore. Not after what I'd seen disappear. Not after I watched him vanish in real time. Around midnight, the building got that heavy silence again, like everything was holding its breath. That's always the worst part about working overnights, the way normal sounds feel too loud, and the quiet ones feel planned. I got up to refill my water bottle and paused by the break room again. The napkin was gone. Just gone, no crumbs, no paper, no trace. I walked the hallway slow, the lights hummed. I passed the locker area again. The door that had been shut for days now hung open. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Not a napkin this time, printer paper, folded perfectly in half. I looked around before reaching in, took it out and opened it. No words, just a hand-drawn map. It was crude lines and angles drawn quickly, but with clear intent. It showed the layout of our facility. Kitchen, cold storage, break room, loading dock. But there was an X marked in a place that didn't make sense. Behind the dry storage, the back wall, a spot that, as far as I knew, was just a dead end where some cleaning supplies were kept. I checked the badge log again, nothing since the night before, no burn 07 showing up, no recent entries, just silence. I stared at the map for a long time. Then I got a flashlight and went to check. Dry storage is just a long room lined with metal shelving units and stacks of sealed bulk containers. I walked past the usual pallets of flour and bulk onions, then reached the back wall. There wasn't anything marked, no door or hatch, but when I shined the light lower, something caught the beam. A smudge. At the base of the wall, just above the floor, was a patch of slightly cleaner paint, like something had been moved. I pushed on it. Nothing. I crouched and pressed my fingers along the seam, and there it was, a groove, barely visible, a small panel that gave way with pressure. It opened inward, just enough to crawl through. I didn't go in. Not then. I stood there, crouched in that narrow gap, heart pounding like it was trying to warn me off. The air coming through the opening was colder, not frigid like the cooler, but still wrong, still stale. I marked the panel with chalk, we use it for temporary labeling sometimes, and closed it again. I didn't sleep that day, couldn't. I called Claire and told her about the map, about the wall, about the panel. You didn't go inside? No. She paused. Good. Do you think I should? No. I think you should call someone. But I also know You won't. She was right. Because there was still no crime, no break-in, no real evidence of anything, unless you counted missing footage and disappearing napkins. And I wasn't about to call the police to report a strange drawing and event-sized hole in the wall. Still, something about that space gnawed at me. That night, I brought a second flashlight. I didn't even plan to use it. I told myself I just wanted to confirm the panel was still there. But when I got to it, something had changed. The chalk mark was gone. The panel was open. Not wide, just slightly ajar. I stood there staring at it, not moving, listening. And then, from somewhere deep inside, I heard it. A beep, like a microwave timer going off. Once, then silence. Then again. I stepped back, slowly, closed the panel, pressed it shut until it clicked again. I went back to the office and sat down, just breathing. I thought about Brian, about how he just stood in front of that microwave, never moving, like he was waiting for something. And now the sound was coming from behind the walls. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just ignore it, but I also wasn't going to crawl in there alone, so I compromised. I set up a small sensor near the panel. Nothing fancy, just a motion detector meant for storage rooms. It was supposed to ping my phone if anything moved nearby. Then I waited. Around 3:10 a.m., it buzzed. I stared at the alert for a solid minute. Motion detected, dry storage west wall. I got up, walked the hallway again, slower than usual. The panel was closed this time, but there were fresh smudges on the wall. Like fingers, grease-streaked, 4 of them near the edge. I checked the floor and saw them there too. Bare footprints. Not full prints, just heel smudges and the balls of feet, like someone with no shoes had been crouching. I followed them a few feet, then lost them near the cleaning cart. Back in the office, I tried to check the hallway camera again. It glitched. Just that one feed. The rest were fine. At exactly 3:26 a.m., the screen froze. Then flickered. Then showed the hallway. Empty. But for a split second, maybe, a frame or two, I saw him. Brian, facing the wall, not moving, not turned toward the camera this time, just waiting, like he knew the shift was almost over. I didn't go back in after that night. I mean, I finished my shift. I stayed until dawn like I always do, but something in me changed. It wasn't fear exactly. It was like the air in that place wasn't mine anymore. Like I was intruding. Like someone else had claimed it first. I didn't say anything to my boss, not really. Just told her I needed to swap to a day shift if one ever opened up. I blamed it on sleep issues and personal stress, and maybe that wasn't a lie. By the end of that week, I was shadowing the early shift, answering emails, doing supply counts in sunlight instead of under flickering fluorescents, and I kept my mouth shut. But I didn't forget. The panel in dry storage never opened again. I checked once, on my last overnight. It was sealed like nothing had ever moved. I ran my hand along the wall just to be sure, cold and still. The badge number BRN07 never reappeared in the logs. The system updated overnight and wiped out old errors. Or maybe it just gave up trying to catalog something it was never designed to hold. I pulled the motion detector, took it home. It sits in a drawer now, batteries out. I keep telling myself I'll use it someday in a garage or for storage or something normal. I never did figure out what I was supposed to do with the map, or with the word again, or with the feeling that Brian had once been real, not a ghost, not a monster, just a person who had been forgotten in a place that didn't need him anymore. A few weeks later, I asked around carefully, not direct questions, more like small talk with the older staff. Anyone remember someone named Brian ever working here? Most of them said no. But one guy, Carlos, paused. He's been around longer than anyone, pushing 10 years now. He squinted, thinking, and then said something that stuck with me. There was a Brian, real quiet guy, worked overnight, didn't last long. I asked why. He shrugged. He just stopped showing up. One night, he was here. Next, gone. We figured he quit. I asked what year that was. He thought about it. Maybe 5 years ago? Could be more. Why? I just said I saw the name on some old logs. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a mistake. He nodded and changed the subject. That night, I went home and looked through my notes. I hadn't kept much. I didn't want a full-on paper trail, but I had the screenshots. I had the napkin with clock in still folded in my kitchen drawer, and I had the gloves, the ones from the locker, sealed in a zip bag, like I thought they might matter someday. I kept thinking about how everything he did felt like a routine. How he showed up, stood in the right place, followed the schedule, how he covered the camera like he was clocking out. What if that was all it was? What if this wasn't about haunting or revenge or scaring anyone? What if he just didn't realize he was done? That thought hit me harder than anything else. Because I've known people like that. People who stayed too long in places that stopped seeing them. People who kept showing up because it was all they knew. I kept going over that final glimpse from the hallway cam. The way Brian stood facing the wall, still and calm, like he was waiting for a door to open, or like he was ready to leave but didn't know how. And the beep, the one I heard from the panel, I started to wonder if that was his last signal, his sign out, the end of the shift. Claire asked me once, "What do you think he wanted?" I told her the truth. I think he wanted someone to notice. After that, I let it go. I stopped checking the cameras. I deleted the bad screenshots. I threw away the gloves. Not out of fear, out of respect maybe. Or closure. I'm not sure. The only thing I kept was the napkin. I don't know why. Some nights, when I get home late and the house is dark, I look at it. That little blue message. Clock in. It doesn't feel scary anymore. Just quiet. Just like a reminder. Of what? Maybe of all the invisible work people do. All the places they go without being seen. All the ways we fade from systems and schedules and still leave footprints behind. I still work there, by the way. Days only. The overnight role stayed vacant for a while. No one filled it. And then last week, I heard someone ask about it again. Some new manager wondering if we should repost the listing, reopen the shift. I didn't say anything. Just looked out at the hallway. and for a second, I thought I saw something move past the break room door. But it was just a reflection. Or maybe not. I don't know what Brian was. A man who got overlooked. A memory replaying. A routine still echoing through the walls. But I do know one thing. That shift was his. And now it's over. The sun was just starting to slide down behind the trees when I pulled into the gas station. One of those old, half-forgotten places off Route 19, with cracked pavement, a flickering sign that barely lit the overhang, and a store that looked like it hadn't changed since the late 80s. The kind of place that sells cold sandwiches wrapped in cellophane and coffee that tastes like it's been burned into the pot. I wasn't in a rush, just needed to top off the tank and grab something to keep me awake for the last leg of the drive. It was quiet, no other cars at the pumps, no music playing over the speakers, just the click of the pump handle and the low hum of bugs coming to life in the dusk. I was halfway through fueling when I saw her. She came around from the side of the building, slow and hesitant. A teenage girl, maybe 16, maybe a little younger. She looked wrong, not injured, not messy, just off. Her clothes were clean, but her hair was damp like she'd just washed it in a sink. Her arms were crossed tight over her stomach like she was trying to hold something in. She didn't look at me at first, just stood a few feet away, shoes half off her heels, toes pointed slightly inward like she was unsure she was even supposed to be here. Then she looked up. Her eyes were too wide, unblinking, like she hadn't slept in days. I didn't say anything, just paused with one hand still on the pump, waiting. She stepped closer, barely a whisper of sound from her feet on the concrete. Her voice, when it came, was too low for anyone else to hear. "Can you give me a ride?" It came out shaky, almost too soft to understand. She looked over her shoulder quickly, then leaned in slightly. "Please, don't tell them." My first instinct was confusion. Them. I opened my mouth to ask what she meant. Then the door to the gas station swung open. Two men stepped out, matching uniforms, dark blue with badges over the chest, private security maybe, or some kind of station-branded rent-a-cop setup. I don't know. They looked official enough at a glance, but their shirts were too clean, and their boots didn't have a speck of dust on them. The girl straightened immediately, took a step back, eyes down. She didn't run, didn't protest, just turned and walked slowly, calmly, back toward the store. The taller man gave a little wave, smile wide but empty, the kind you give a stranger you're trying to reassure. The other one nodded once, eyes skimming over me and landing on the pump. Then the girl. Then me again. I gave a nod back, reflex. They followed her inside without a word. I finished fueling and stood there for a long moment with my hand still on the pump, even after the nozzle clicked. It was probably nothing, some misunderstanding, a runaway with a guilty conscience, a kid trying to scare someone for fun. But I didn't believe that. Something in the way she moved, the way she folded into herself when they walked out, that kind of fear doesn't come from nowhere. Inside the store, the lights were too bright, cold humming fluorescents buzzing overhead. The girl was nowhere to be seen. One of the men stood behind the counter now, fiddling with something below the register. The other leaned casually against a rack of chips. I grabbed a bottle of water and a pack of gum without really thinking about it, and when I walked up to pay, the man behind the counter smiled. Said something about the heat. His badge said, Hollis. The other guy was Ray. I nodded, said something generic about long drives, and tapped my card. The machine was slow. I glanced around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl. There was a back hallway behind the drink coolers, with a restroom sign above it. The door was closed. Ray followed my gaze. Bathroom's out of order, he said. I nodded again. Hollis handed me my receipt and wished me a good night. I walked back to my car with that crawling sensation in my shoulders, the kind you get when you realize you're being watched just a little too closely, but can't prove it. Once I was back on the road, the silence felt heavier, like it had settled into the car with me. I drove for another hour before pulling off at a motel. I couldn't shake the feeling, even after a shower, even after flipping through late-night channels just to fill the room with sound. I remembered I had the dash cam running. I almost didn't check it, felt pointless. But curiosity is a strange thing. It nudges you, even when you're sure nothing new will come of it. I loaded the footage on my laptop and scrubbed through. There she was, walking up slowly, clothes clinging slightly to her frame like they hadn't dried all the way. I turned up the volume. "Can you give me a ride?" A little louder than I remembered. Her voice shook at the edges. "Please, don't tell them." Then the part I hadn't heard. As she stepped back and the men came into frame, she said it fast, barely audible over the hum of the pump and the wind in the mic. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." Then nothing, just her turning and walking away, just their smiles. I played it again, and again, and again. Each time her voice sounded a little clearer, not in volume, just in conviction. "Not really cops. Don't believe them." She said it with the kind of certainty people don't fake. I sat there for a long time, laptop open, room silent except for the buzz of the fridge. It didn't feel like a prank. Didn't feel like a kid acting out. It felt like something else. Something I'd stumbled into by accident halfway through a road trip, and I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave it behind. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about what she'd said. I didn't sleep much, maybe a few hours, restless and shallow, waking at every noise in the motel hallway. I'd hear footsteps or a door shutting somewhere, and half expect to look up and see one of those men from the gas station standing outside my window. It was stupid, irrational, but I couldn't shake it. I got back in the car around 8, drove for an hour with the radio off. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I thought I saw a white SUV a few cars back, keeping pace with me. Probably nothing. 100 people drive white SUVs, but I kept checking. At a rest stop just past the county line, I pulled into a corner spot and watched traffic come and go. It was quiet, mostly truckers and older couples. I parked, leaned back in the seat, and went through the dashcam footage again. The same moment played back, over and over her voice, soft and urgent, asking for help, saying those men weren't really who they claimed to be, saying not to believe them. I listened carefully, trying to pick apart every word, every sound in the background. I slowed it down, adjusted the levels. Nothing else jumped out. Just her words and the mechanical whir of the pump behind us. But something about the way she said it, the quick glance over her shoulder, the way she dropped her voice just before they appeared, it felt practiced. Not rehearsed, but like she'd done it before. Tried it before. Maybe with someone else. That idea stuck with me. Because if she'd asked before and she was still there, then it meant no one had helped. Or worse, someone had tried, and that's why she was still there. I opened my laptop and pulled up a search engine, typing in the name of the gas station printed on the receipt from the night before. Hollow Pines Fuel Go, just outside a place called Baxter. Nothing unusual on the first page. Address, phone number, one blurry street view photo from 5 years ago. A couple of reviews, mostly bad coffee complaints and price gripes. One mentioned weird hours. Another said the bathrooms were always locked. I searched the name of the town, Baxter, Georgia. Population under 2,000. A handful of local businesses. No official website. No local newspaper. It was the kind of place that sits just off the edge of a real map technically there, but only barely. I dug a little deeper, searched for missing persons near the area. A few names came up, scattered over the last 10 years. One stood out, a girl named Mallory Denton, reported missing 4 years ago, 16 years old at the time. Last seen outside a small gas station off Route 19. There was a photo. I stared at it longer than I meant to. It wasn't conclusive, most grainy school photos aren't, but the eyes caught me. Same wide, haunted look. Same dark hair pulled back too tight. I couldn't be sure, but I couldn't ignore it either. A bad idea started forming in my head, the kind that scratches at the inside of your skull until you either do something about it or go a little crazy trying not to. I needed to go back. Not to confront anyone, not yet, just to see, to confirm something for myself. I told myself I'd only drive by. Just pass through, no stopping. A loop around the station, a glance at the door, and I'd be gone. Back on the road, back to real life. It was early afternoon when I got close. The road dipped and curved through a dense patch of trees, then opened up suddenly. There it was, the same crooked sign, the same sun-faded banner advertising a soda deal that had probably expired 2 years ago. One car at the pump this time, a blue pickup, old and rusted. No sign of the men, no sign of the girl. I drove past slowly, pretending to check directions on my phone. My eyes scanned the lot. The front door of the store was closed. One of the windows had a handwritten sign taped to it. Restroom out of order. I kept going. A half-mile down, I turned off onto a side road that curved behind the woods. pulled off into the gravel shoulder and sat there for a while. I wasn't sure what I was doing, trying to reason with myself, trying to build a case for why this wasn't my problem. She didn't even ask again, I thought. She walked away. She followed them. She chose to go back inside. But I didn't believe that. No one asks for help like that unless they've tried everything else. I waited another 30 minutes, then turned back, drove around the opposite side of the block and parked where I could see the rear of the station through a break in the trees. It was almost silent out here, the occasional drone of insects, distant traffic, a dog barking far off. No movement around the store, no rear entrance. Just a loading door that looked sealed shut with rust. I started the car again, rolled back toward the main road, and passed by once more. This time, I noticed something in the window. A board with paper slips pinned to it. Flyers, maybe ads, maybe something else. I couldn't be sure, but one of them looked like a missing poster. I slowed, just for a second, just enough to glance. The image was too small to make out from the road. But the paper looked aged, not new. Not something a place like this would normally bother keeping up. I didn't stop. I kept driving. An hour later, I checked the footage again, played the girl's voice in my head until I could hear it without the audio. They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to tell myself I'd done enough, that I'd looked, that I'd confirmed it was strange, yes, but not illegal, not something I could act on without more than a whisper and a bad feeling. But it didn't stick, because I knew I was already in it now, just by hearing her, just by not turning away. I got back to the gas station the next morning a little after 9. The place looked the same as always, same tired sign, same peeling paint, same flicker in the opened light above the door. There was a different car at the pump this time, but otherwise, it could have been any morning in the past 20 years. I didn't go inside right away. I sat in the car and watched. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels intentional, like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I saw movement in the back window of the store, a quick shape. It could have been anyone, Hollis, Ray, the girl. I got out and walked to the side of the building, acting like I was just stretching my legs. There was a narrow alley between the store and the neighboring lot. I followed it. Trash bins lined one side, stacked pallets on the other. A back door locked and a small barred window too high to see through. A soft noise caught my attention, metal scraping lightly against metal. I paused, held my breath, nothing else. Just the hum of the ice machine around the corner and the slow creak of a plastic sign in the wind. I knocked once on the back door, not loud, just enough. Nothing. No footsteps, no reaction. Back in the car, I told myself this was a waste of time, that I had no plan, no reason to be here, but I couldn't drive away, not yet. So I waited. At 10:30, Hollis came out to sweep the front walkway. He didn't notice me until I stepped out of the car. "Back again," he said without much enthusiasm. I gave a half smile. Still on the road. He leaned on the broom. "You get lost or something?" Just thinking about that girl." He didn't answer right away, just looked at me for a long second before saying, "You're not the first person she's talked to. Others stopped to help. Some tried. Most just drove off. She's got this way of pulling people in, makes you think something's wrong." "Isn't there?" Hollis shrugged. "Depends who you ask." "She's still around?" "Not right now. Her uncle picked her up. She told me you weren't real cops." That made him laugh again. Same tight, dismissive bark as before. She doesn't know what she's saying. "What about Ray? He work here today." "Day off." I let the silence stretch between us. His hand tightened on the broom handle just a little. "She say anything else to you?" he asked. I shook my head. "Not really." "Best to let it go," he said. "She likes attention, that's all." I nodded like I understood. Then I bought a soda I didn't want, used the receipt to prove I'd been there, and left. Out on the road again, I checked the rear view more than usual. No white SUV, no blue pickup. But the feeling was still there, like I wasn't alone. Like something had been set in motion, and even though I couldn't see it, it was starting to catch up. I went back to the library. The same woman was behind the desk, wearing the same sweater and the same reading glasses. She looked up with a smile that faltered when she saw me. "You're back," she said, not quite a question. "I have a few more things I'm hoping to check." She led me back to the archive room again without asking for details. This time, I searched everything I could on Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Not much came up. A few mentions in the local business section. One article about a failed permit inspection from years ago. Another about a robbery, but it was brief and vague, no suspects named. Then I searched Ray and Hollis. I didn't know their last names, but I tried every combination I could think of Hollis security, Ray Baxter, Hollow Pines uniform staff. Still nothing. I tried Mallory Denton again, but there were no updates. No new sightings, no additional photos. Just that one grainy image and the same dry sentence. Last seen outside Hollow Pines Fuel Go. Back at the front desk, I asked the librarian if she knew the Denton family. Her mouth tightened. They moved a few years ago. "Do you know where?" "No, sorry," but her voice didn't sound sorry. "Did she go to school here?" She nodded. "Baxter High, quiet girl, smart." "Was it a big deal when she went missing?" She glanced toward the back room, as if to make sure no one else was listening. "It was at first, but around here, things fade fast. People move on." "Just like that?" Her eyes softened. "There are some things folks don't want to talk about." That night, I checked into a different motel, farther from town. I pulled the car around back, parked under a burned-out light, and backed up the dashcam files to my laptop. Then I did something I hadn't planned on. I emailed the audio clip, the part where Mallory speaks to a contact I hadn't spoken to in years, a friend from college who worked freelance cybersecurity now. She owed me a favor. I just wrote, "Need help identifying voices in this audio, especially the girl. Not urgent, but soon." I didn't tell her what it was or where it came from. Didn't say I'd heard the girl speak myself. Didn't say I thought she might still be alive. The next morning, I woke up to her reply. All it said was, "This is recent, because if so, you might be right." And below that, a name. Mallory Denton, Baxter, GA, still listed as missing, still flagged active. That voice is a match. The message stayed on my screen for a long time before I could bring myself to read it again. I don't know what I expected her to say, maybe something vague, inconclusive, but not confirmation, not that. Not someone else verifying the voice, confirming what I already knew deep down. The girl was Mallory Denton, still missing, still listed as active. And I'd seen her, heard her, less than 48 hours ago. I stared at the blinking cursor beneath her email. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, but I didn't know what to write back. What was I supposed to say? That I'd found her but done nothing. That I was sitting in a cheap motel with a growing stack of unease and no plan. Instead of replying, I closed the laptop and stared at the ceiling for a while. I was in it now, whether I wanted to be or not. That afternoon, I drove back toward Baxter, but I didn't go to the gas station. I parked near the diner a few blocks away. It looked abandoned from the outside, but a neon open sign buzzed faintly in the window. Inside, 2 people sat in a booth drinking coffee. One older man, one woman with a tired ponytail, and an even more tired smile. They both looked up when I walked in. The place smelled like burnt toast and old grease. I ordered a cup of coffee and sat at the counter, keeping my back to the door. The waitress came over. Her name Tag, said Cheryl. "You're not from around here," she said. I gave a half shrug. "Just passing through." "You've passed through a couple times now." I didn't reply right away. After a moment I asked, "That girl on the flyer at the gas station, Mallory, you know anything about her?" Cheryl went still, just slightly. Her hand hovered over the sugar jar. "Why are you asking?" "She talked to me a couple nights ago." That got the attention of the guy in the booth. He didn't turn around, but I saw his posture shift. "She asked for help," I said. Said not to believe the guys at the station. Cheryl glanced toward the window. "You should be careful what you repeat around here." "I'm not looking for trouble." "Trouble doesn't care what you're looking for." I sipped the coffee. It tasted like burnt paper. "She alive?" I asked. Cheryl didn't answer for a long time. Finally, she said, "She used to come in here, long time ago. Quiet girl, didn't talk much, but she always left a tip. One day she stopped showing up. Then the flyers went up." "You believe she's still around?" "I believe there are things people don't like talking about. People like Hollis and Ray." She flinched a little at the names. "I don't know what goes on over there," she said. "I don't want to know." The man in the booth stood up then, dropped a couple of bills on the table, and walked out without saying a word. I left a tip for the coffee and followed soon after. In the parking lot, I checked around the corner before heading back to my car. Nothing, no movement, just a crow on a telephone wire watching like it knew more than I did. That evening, I parked farther from town, just off an old dirt road. I sat in the car for an hour, windows cracked, engine off. I kept thinking about the girl's voice. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them." That line looped in my head over and over like a stuck record. And then I did something I didn't plan. I pulled out my laptop and made a copy of the dashcam footage onto a fresh USB stick. Then I made 2 more. One went into the glove box, one into my coat pocket. The third I tucked into the motel Bible in the nightstand drawer. Insurance. Just in case. The next morning, I parked behind the hardware store next to the gas station. There was a narrow alley that ran between the buildings. I waited until a delivery truck pulled in and blocked the view from the street, then walked toward the back door of the station. Same locked door, same stacked pallets. But this time, I noticed something I hadn't before. Scratches on the wall, faint, like someone had run their nails down it in frustration or fear. I knocked once. Nothing. I tried again, harder. Still nothing. Then a voice soft, right behind the door. "Who is it?" It was her, Mallory. I kept my voice low. "I saw you 2 nights ago. You asked me for help." Silence. "I believe you," I said. "I don't know what's going on, but I want to help." Another long pause. "They don't let me leave," she said. "Not really. They say I can, but I know they're lying." "Who are they?" "They're not cops. They wear the uniforms, but they're not real. I don't know who they are. I think they used to work here, but now it's different." I glanced toward the alley entrance. Still clear. "Why are you here? Why stay?" "They watch everything. If I run, they say they'll tell people I made it up, that I'm just a runaway, that I stole from them. I don't even know if they can be caught." "I have proof," I told her. "Footage, audio. I can give it to someone." Another pause, then quieter. "I've tried that before. You're not alone anymore." Footsteps. Fast, from inside. "Go," she whispered. "They're coming." I turned and slipped back around the building, heart hammering. Back in the car, I drove without thinking, zigzagging through side streets until I was back near the motel. I didn't go in, just sat in the lot and let the weight of what just happened sink in. Mallory was still there, still trapped, still scared. And I was the first person who had proof she ever reached out. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face behind that door. Mallory. Her voice was still in my ears, soft but scared. She was real. She was there. And I knew, with a kind of cold certainty, that if I didn't do something soon, she wouldn't be for much longer. I stared at the ceiling until the light outside turned from orange to blue. Then I made coffee in the motel room, the kind that comes in a pouch and tastes like burnt plastic, and sat with my laptop open in front of me. I played the dashcam clip again, watched the moment where she stepped into frame, leaned toward the car, and whispered what I now knew was more than just fear, it was truth. "They're not really cops. Don't believe them. I tried to think logically. Mallory was missing, still officially flagged as such. The men at the station were posing as law enforcement, maybe ex-security. There was video, there was audio. I had her voice, and now I had a second encounter, recorded my conversation with her through the door, captured with a discreet voice memo app running in my pocket. I had proof. What I didn't have was trust in the system that should be handling this. If I went to the local sheriff's office, who would they believe? A stranger with shaky recordings and a gut feeling? Or the two locals who'd been running that station for who knows how long, men with matching uniforms and blank smiles? I pulled out my phone and stared at the contact list. There was one name I hadn't thought about in years, a guy I used to know from college, Chris Summers. He'd done a short stint in private investigations before moving into journalism. We weren't close anymore, but I remembered enough to know he didn't like letting things go when they smelled wrong. I hit call. It rang longer than it should have. Just when I thought it would go to voicemail, he picked up. "Yeah?" "It's me," I said. "Listen, I need a favor." "What kind of favor?" "The kind where someone might be pretending to be dead, or disappeared, or both, and there's a gas station involved." He didn't answer for a second. "Where are you?" "Georgia, near a place called Baxter." He sighed. "Of course you are. All right, start from the top." I gave him the summary: Mallory, the audio, the uniforms, the locked door. I tried to keep it short, but once I started, I couldn't stop. Chris didn't interrupt. When I finished, he was quiet for a moment. "That's a lot," he said. "I know." "You still have the footage?" "I've got multiple copies." "Good. Don't trust the cloud. Don't trust email. Print it if you can. Thumb drives. Mail one to yourself." "I already did." Another pause. "I'll be there in 12 hours. "You're coming here?" "Hell yes, I'm coming there. If this is real, it's big. But you can't do anything until I get there. Don't confront them. Don't go back to the station. Don't try to talk to the girl again. I don't think she can wait much longer." "And I get that," he said, voice tight. "But if you disappear next, then no one can help her. Don't be a hero. Be a witness." I hung up and sat there for a while, feeling like the ground had started to shift under me. I spent the next hour driving back roads, just to see if anyone was following me. I didn't see any signs, but that didn't settle me. It just made the silence heavier. Around noon, I parked across from the station again. This time I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. Hollis was outside, pretending to wipe the pumps down with a rag that was already dirty. Ray came out a few minutes later, carrying a box of snacks from the back. No sign of Mallory. No sign of anything out of place, at least. Not if you didn't know where to look. They talked like everything was normal, smiled at customers, sold coffee and gum. On the surface, it was just another roadside pit stop. But I saw the way they kept glancing toward the back of the building. At one point, a delivery driver pulled in. They met him outside. No one else went in or out during the drop. When the driver left, They locked the store door behind him, just for a moment. I watched Ray slip a key back into his pocket as they reopened. Control. They had complete control. That night, I printed copies of the missing flyer with Mallory's face and the date she was last seen. I pinned one to the bulletin board at the diner, the library, and on the inside of the motel lobby door. It was probably stupid, but I wanted her to see it, to know someone still cared. I didn't sleep that night either. At 2 a.m., I heard a car slow down outside my room. I didn't move. Lights passed across the ceiling, then silence. The car drove on. But the chill in the air didn't leave. Around 5, I packed everything I had into one small duffel and checked out of the motel. I drove to a different one, a few towns over, and waited in the lobby until I could check in. Used a different card this time, different name, just in case. Chris arrived just after lunch. He looked older than I remembered, hair a little thinner, shoulders a little heavier, but the moment he saw me, he was locked in. "You weren't kidding," he said. "I never do." We spent the next 3 hours going through everything: footage, audio, the photos I'd taken of the station, the notes I'd written after each visit, the flyers. Chris took it all in. At one point, he leaned back in his chair and muttered, "This is organized." "You think it's just them?" "No," he said. "I think it starts with them. But if this girl's been missing for years and no one's come looking, that means someone higher up is keeping it that way. So what do we do?" He looked me in the eye. "We hit it. One shot. We go back. We get her. And we bring it straight to someone who can't ignore it." "You mean the cops?" "I mean the press." We went back the next day just after 3 in the afternoon. Chris wanted daylight, said it was better for optics if we ended up needing to talk to someone official. Cameras don't lie, but people do, and people always feel bolder when it's dark. Daylight made it harder to pretend nothing was happening. He had gear better than mine: 2 body cams, small enough to clip behind a shirt button, 1 backup recorder on his belt, a second phone running a live feed to a locked folder. He worked methodically, like he'd done this before. He probably had. We didn't say much on the drive over, just ran over the plan again. I'd go around the back like before, knock once. Chris would hang back, watch from the lot, and follow if anything changed. It was hot again, sun beating down on the metal roof of the car, making everything feel slower, heavier. Hollis was behind the counter when we walked in. He looked up, and his smile didn't even flicker. "You boys need something?" Chris was already recording. I picked up a soda from the fridge, just like last time. "We're looking for someone," I said. "Mallory Denton." The smile dropped. "Don't know her." "She was here. We both saw her. She asked for help." "You've got the wrong place." Chris stepped forward. "You know she's listed as missing, right? Active case. You've got her flyer pinned up by the door." "That's old," Hollis said. "No one took it down." "Convenient." Hollis stepped around the counter slowly. "You want to leave now?" Chris didn't move. "No." That's when the back door opened. Ray stepped in, still wearing the same dark blue shirt, but now his sleeves were rolled up. He looked tired, or maybe just annoyed. "I'd go," he said. "We want to talk to the girl," I said. "There's no girl here." Chris reached into his pocket and pulled out the USB. "This has your faces, her voice, you telling people not to worry. You've been holding her here." Ray shook his head slowly. "You don't know what you're doing." "Maybe not," Chris said, "but someone will." They both looked at each other, just a flicker of communication, a second of decision-making. And then something changed. Ray stepped aside. "She's out back," he said. "Go get her." I didn't wait. I pushed past him and through the door into the back hallway. It was narrow and dim, just a cracked floor and a faint smell of mildew. Mallory was there, sitting on a bench by the storage room. She looked up when I came in. Her eyes were the same wide, cautious, but something had shifted. She didn't look afraid. She looked ready. "They said you came back," she said. I nodded. "We're getting you out of here." Chris came in behind me. He didn't say anything, just handed her a hoodie and a pair of sunglasses from his bag. She put them on without question. Out front, Hollis didn't stop us. Neither did Ray. We walked out the door like we were picking someone up from a shift. Once we were in the car and halfway down the road, Mallory finally spoke again. "They didn't hurt me," she said. "But they didn't let me go either. Not really." "You don't have to explain," I said. "I stayed because they told me no one was looking, that I was better off just staying quiet." Chris glanced back at her. "You're not invisible, not anymore." She didn't cry. She didn't thank us. She just looked out the window and didn't speak for the next hour. Chris made some calls. Not the police. Not yet. He had a contact at a national outlet, someone who specialized in missing persons, especially ones with holes in the official story. By the time we reached the next town, the audio files, dash cam footage, and body cam video were already backed up in 3 places and sitting in the inbox of someone who had the power to put it all in front of the right eyes. We booked 2 rooms, one for Chris and me, one for Mallory. She kept the door cracked between them and left the TV on all night. Not for noise, just the light. The next morning, Chris's contact called, said they were putting a story together, wanted to talk to Mallory. He told them not yet, that she needed space. We spent 2 days in that motel, ate takeout, watched bad cable, sat in silence a lot. She told us pieces, slowly. She'd run away once, years ago, after a fight at home. Ended up at the gas station by chance. Ray was working there then. Said he knew someone who could help. Took her in, said he'd drive her to a shelter. Instead, he kept her in the back room for a night, then another. Said it was safer that way. Said he was protecting her. Said if she left, the cops would think she was a thief. It never got violent. That's what she repeated, like she wanted it to matter. But it was still a cage, just without bars. After a while, she stopped asking. A few people saw her over the years, she said. Truckers, travelers, a couple who passed through, She asked for help, but each time they'd smile and step in before she could say too much. Say she was confused, say she was their niece, their worker, their problem. She started to believe it, until I stopped and listened. 3 days later, we drove her to a safe house Chris knew, somewhere out of state, somewhere quiet. We didn't ask for details, didn't press. Before we dropped her off, she turned to me and said, "I didn't think anyone would come back." "I didn't think I would either," I said. She nodded, got out, walked up the front steps without looking back. Chris and I drove home in silence. The story ran the following week. Mallory's photo was everywhere, the audio, the footage, the flyer, everything. A public record, finally. The gas station shut down. Hollis and Ray disappeared before anyone could serve them. An investigation opened, but I don't know how far it went. Some things slipped through the cracks, but her name won't anymore. Every now and then, I check the online updates. Mallory hasn't resurfaced. She has a new name now, I think. A new life. The footage still lives on my laptop. I don't watch it anymore. Not because I'm trying to forget. Because I don't need to. It happened. She asked for help. And someone listened. This time, that was enough.